Hey there, my awesome listeners. Welcome back to another epic werewolf shifter romance fantasy novel. This time, we're diving into a werewolf shifter romance packed with passion, secrets, and just the right amount of fantastic drama. I'm your host, as always, and I'm so pumped to see our little pack growing bigger every day. Big shout out to my loyal crew in the UK, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Belgium, and the US. You've been with me from the start. And now a warm welcome to our new pack members tuning in from South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Argentina, Ireland, Costa Rica, Trinidad, and the Czech Republic. Seriously, it's so cool to have you all here with us. You guys keep this going. Your support means everything, like finding that one perfect scent trail in the woods. I'm beyond grateful for every single one of you jumping into these stories with me. So, let's get to it. This tale's got steamy romance, shifter magic, and twists that'll keep you howling for more. Grab a cozy spot, maybe a mug of something warm, or hey, a late night snack if you're drifting off with my voice in your ears. And let's sink our teeth into this adventure. The moon's up, the pack's ready, and the romance is about to heat up. If you are new to our channel, we invite you to subscribe and turn on the notification bell to stay updated with our daily releases of captivating werewolf romance stories. And if you enjoy our content, don't forget to leave a like to show your support. For our loyal listeners, welcome back. Excited to have you here again. Shall we begin? Chapter 1. The Alpha's Daughter. London Cohen's heels clicked against the pavement as she strode through the underground parking garage. The scent hit her before she saw him, wild, earthy, and unmistakably him. Her wolf stirred inside her, a low rumble of recognition that she ruthlessly pushed down. "You shouldn't be here," she said without turning around. "This is Cohen territory." A shadow detached itself from behind a concrete pillar. Mark Blackwood moved with the fluid grace of a predator, his broad shoulders and tall frame imposing even in the tailored charcoal suit he wore. The clothes might say successful businessman, but his eyes, amber with hints of gold that caught the dim fluorescent lighting, were pure wolf. "Territory lines mean nothing when it comes to mates, London," he said, his voice a rough growl that sent an unwelcome shiver down her spine. "You know that better than anyone." London tightened her grip on her designer handbag, her manicured nails digging into the expensive leather. "We are not mates, Mark. What happened between us was what?" He was suddenly too close, his heat enveloping her even with the foot of space he maintained. A mistake? An accident? A heat-induced frenzy that just happened to result in our son? She whirled to face him, her honey blonde hair swinging around her shoulders. "Keep your voice down," she hissed, glancing around the empty garage. "I told you never to come here. My father—" "Your father," Mark interrupted, "can't change what nature decided. The great Alpha Cohen might run half the city, but he can't undo a mating bond." His eyes flared with inner fire. "Or erase the existence of his grandson." London's heart hammered against her ribs. "Tyler is safe. That's all that matters." Mark stepped closer. And this time she couldn't move away, not when her wolf was practically clawing at her insides, desperate to touch, to reconnect with its chosen mate. "He's our son, London. Our cub." His voice softened, vulnerability showing through his usual intensity. "He deserves to know his father, to grow up understanding his wolf heritage from both bloodlines." "And what about my husband?" London whispered, hating the tremor in her voice. "What about the life I've built?" Mark's jaw tightened. "You mean the cage you've built? Mated to a human who doesn't even know what you are? Playing politician's wife when your wolf cries out for freedom?" He inhaled deeply, his nostrils flaring. "For me?" London's blood heated traitorously. "It's not that simple." "It is." His hand reached up, hovering near her cheek without touching. Even that non-contact made her skin tingle. "The full moon is in 3 days. Your father is calling the pack together. I want to be there with you and our son." "Impossible," she said immediately, though the word tasted like ash. "My father would kill you on sight. The Blackwood pack has been enemy to the Cohens for generations." "Until us," Mark said quietly. "Until nature decided our bloodlines should unite." London closed her eyes briefly, memories flooding back. The forest, the unexpected meeting during her run, the undeniable pull that had overcome decades of ingrained hostility, the nights they'd spent together in secret, the panic when she'd realized she was pregnant, the elaborate deception she'd constructed to pass the child off as her human husband's. "I can't risk it," she finally said. "Not yet." Mark's expression hardened. "I've been patient for 5 years, London. I've watched my son grow up from a distance. I've respected your boundaries, but things are changing in both our packs." His eyes glittered dangerously. "Your father is getting older, leadership challenges are coming, and when they do, you'll need me and the strength of our mating bond." London stepped back, needing distance. "Is that a threat?" "It's a promise," he said, "and a warning. The old ways are ending. The next generation will either unite us or destroy us all." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, carved wooden wolf. "Give this to Tyler. Tell him it's a gift from someone who cares about him." She took it reflexively, her fingers brushing his. The contact sent a jolt through her system that left her momentarily dizzy. "3 days, London," Mark said, already backing away into the shadows. "Some way or another, I'll be claiming my rightful place as your mate, as Tyler's father, and as the bridge between warring packs." "Mark?" she called, but he was already gone, his scent lingering in the air like a promise. Or a threat. London's hands shook on the steering wheel as she pulled into the circular driveway of her Bethesda mansion. The sprawling Georgian-style home with its pristine white columns and perfectly manicured landscaping represented everything she had sacrificed for: security, stability, status, and lies. So many lies. She checked her reflection in the rearview mirror, reapplying her lipstick and smoothing her hair. No outward sign betrayed her inner turmoil. The clash of wolf and woman that Mark's appearance had triggered. She was London Cohen Westfield now, wife of rising political star Senator Paul Westfield, respected philanthropist and hostess. Not the she-wolf who had mated with an enemy pack member under the full moon 5 years ago. "Mrs. Westfield, welcome home." Thomas, their butler, appeared at her car door, opening it with practiced efficiency. "The senator called to say he'll be home for dinner tonight. Shall I inform the chef?" "Yes, thank you, Thomas." London stepped out, her Louboutins crunching on the gravel. "Is Tyler home from school?" "Master Tyler is in the playroom with Miss Peyton." London nodded, relief flooding through her. Her son was safe. Her beautiful golden-haired boy who had his father's eyes. Eyes she had to explain away as a recessive gene in her family. She made her way through the grand foyer, past the carefully curated art collection and antique furniture that Paul's old money had purchased. Nothing in this sterile, perfect home spoke to her wolf nature. No natural elements, no connection to the earth. It was a beautiful prison of her own making. "Mommy!" A small tornado of energy launched itself at her legs, and London's forced smile transformed into something genuine as she knelt to embrace her son. "There's my handsome man," she said, inhaling his scent, the perfect blend of her and Mark, wrapped in childish innocence and the faint tang of finger paints. "I made you something," Tyler declared, his amber eyes so like his true father's, shining with excitement. "Ms. Peyton helped me." "He's quite the artist," the young nanny said with a smile, following Tyler into the hallway. "And quite energetic today." The approaching full moon, London thought. Even at 5, Tyler's wolf heritage was showing itself in bursts of energy and heightened senses that his human nanny attributed to normal childhood development. "Thank you, Peyton. You can take the rest of the evening off." London dismissed the young woman with a polite smile. Once they were alone, she pulled the wooden wolf carving from her purse. "I have something for you too, sweetie." Tyler's eyes widened as he took the carved figure, turning it over in his small hands with unusual care. "It's like the wolves in my dreams," he whispered. London's heart clenched. The dreams had started recently, dreams of running through forests, of pack and moon, the wolf in him calling out. "It's a special gift," she said carefully, "from someone who cares about you very much." Tyler clutched the wooden wolf to his chest. "I'm going to call him Shadow." The name hit London like a physical blow. Shadow. Mark's wolf name, known only to those close to him. Somehow, on some level, her son knew. "That's A perfect name, she managed, her voice thick. The sound of the front door opening saved her from further explanation. Hello? Anyone home? Paul's voice echoed through the hallway. London straightened, running a hand over her skirt. In here, darling. Paul Westfield entered with the confident stride of a man accustomed to commanding rooms. Tall, distinguished, with salt and pepper hair and patrician features, he was the epitome of human success and power. At 45, he was 15 years London's senior, a fact that had factored into her father's calculations when arranging the marriage. There are my two favorite people, he said warmly, though his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. He bent to ruffle Tyler's hair, then placed a perfunctory kiss on London's cheek. Sorry about the last-minute dinner. The committee meeting ended earlier than expected. It's no problem, London replied automatically, years of playing the perfect political wife making the response effortless. Tyler held up his wooden wolf. Look what Mommy gave me. Paul's smile faltered slightly as he examined the carving. Interesting craftsmanship. Primitive, though. He glanced at London. Native American art? Just something I picked up, she said vaguely. Tyler loves wolves. Indeed he does. Paul's gaze lingered on his supposed son, a flicker of something, doubt? Suspicion? Crossing his features. Well, I need to shower before dinner. I'll see you both downstairs in 30. As he climbed the grand staircase, London felt the weight of her deceptions pressing down on her. In 3 days, the full moon would rise. Her family's pack would gather. And somewhere in the darkness, Mark would be waiting, ready to tear apart the careful fabrication of her life. The Silverstone estate sat on 50 acres of prime woodland outside the city limits, a sprawling ancestral home that had belonged to the Cohen werewolf pack for generations. While London had chosen to live in the human world with her husband, her brother Chad had embraced his role as their father's heir and future alpha, residing in the east wing of the family mansion. Chad Cohen stalked through the opulent master bedroom, his muscular frame tense with barely contained rage. At 35, he was in his physical prime, 6'3" of lethal werewolf strength, housed in a body honed by both his nature and relentless training. How could you embarrass me like that? He growled, loosening his tie with sharp, angry movements. In front of the entire pack council? Jennifer Cohen flinched, her slender hands twisting the fabric of her silk blouse. Despite her 5 years as Chad's mate, she still hadn't grown accustomed to his volatile temper. I only suggested that perhaps we should consider more progressive policies toward... You contradicted me. Chad cut her off, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble that made the wolf inside Jennifer want to bare her throat in submission. The mate of the future alpha does not question him in public, ever, Jennifer swallowed, fighting the instinctive urge to cower. Though physically smaller, as most female werewolves were compared to the males, she was from a strong bloodline herself, the daughter of the Harrison Pack's beta. I thought we were partners, she said quietly, lifting her chin despite the trepidation fluttering in her chest. Chad laughed, the sound devoid of humor. Partners? Is that what your father filled your head with? He moved closer, crowding her against the antique dresser. Let me remind you why our marriage was arranged, mate. The Cohen pack needed the Harrison alliance, and the Harrisons needed the prestige of being connected to the strongest pack in the region. His hand shot out, gripping her chin firmly enough to hold her in place, but carefully controlled not to bruise. Chad was many things, but he was never physically abusive. His control was too important to his image. Your only job, he continued, his jade green eyes boring into hers, was to solidify that alliance by producing an heir. The words struck like physical blows. Jennifer's eyes filled with tears she refused to let fall. I've tried, she whispered. 5 years of trying, 5 years of disappointment, 5 years of Chad's growing resentment. Not hard enough. Chad released her and stepped back, running a hand through his dark hair. The signature Cohen coloring that contrasted with London's unusual blonde. The pack needs an heir. I need an heir. What went unspoken, but hung heavy between them, was the real reason for their childlessness. 3 years ago, Jennifer had accidentally discovered the truth. The silver bullet that had grazed Chad during a confrontation with werewolf hunters had left permanent damage. His infertility was a closely guarded secret that would destroy his standing as future alpha if revealed. So she bore the blame instead, enduring the pitying looks, the whispers, the thinly veiled suggestions from the pack elders about surrogates or even replacement mates. Perhaps if you spent more full moons with me, Jennifer suggested hesitantly. The elders say conception is more likely when... I know what the elders say, Chad snapped. He turned away, facing the window that overlooked the estate grounds. Beyond the manicured lawns, the forest beckoned, wild and primal, the perfect hunting ground for wolves under the full moon. I'll be with you this moon. Father insists. Jennifer approached cautiously, placing a gentle hand on his rigid back. Chad, maybe we should tell them the truth. There's no shame in... He whirled, eyes flashing with golden fire. There is every shame, he snarled. An alpha who cannot produce an heir is no alpha at all. The sudden surge of dominant energy from him made Jennifer's knees weaken, her wolf responding to the display of power despite her human mind's resistance. The full moon gathering is in 3 days, Chad continued, visibly bringing himself back under control. Every member of the pack will be here, including my wayward sister and her human husband. His lip curled in disgust at the mention of Paul. Father has an important announcement to make. Jennifer's wolf senses prickled with foreboding. What announcement? Chad's expression shifted, something calculating replacing the anger. He's getting old, Jen. The silver in his hair isn't just for show. An alpha can feel when his time is approaching. He's naming you as successor, Jennifer realized. It wasn't unexpected. Chad was the only male heir, but formal succession announcements typically meant the current alpha's retirement was imminent. Yes, Chad's smile didn't reach his eyes, which makes our situation even more pressing. He reached out, his touch gentling as he stroked her cheek with surprising tenderness. 3 days, my mate. 3 days until the moon. And then things will change for all of us. The mixture of threat and promise in his words sent a shiver through Jennifer. Once Chad became alpha, his need for an heir would become desperate. And desperate wolves were dangerous indeed. London had just finished tucking Tyler into bed when her phone vibrated in her pocket. The screen displayed Mom, and she hesitated before answering. Eleanor Cohen rarely called past Tyler's bedtime unless something was wrong. Mom, she answered softly, closing Tyler's bedroom door behind her. London, darlin'. Her mother's voice held the refined accent of old money and older bloodlines. Eleanor Cohen had been born a Williams, from one of the most prestigious werewolf lineages on the East Coast, before her arranged mating to Raymond Cohen had united two powerful packs. I hope I'm not calling too late. It's fine. Tyler just went down. London moved down the hallway to her private sitting room, closing the door for privacy. Paul was downstairs in his study, deep into his third scotch of the evening, a nightly ritual that ensured he wouldn't disturb her. Is everything all right? A pause, just long enough to send London's senses on alert. Your father wants to make sure you'll be attending the full moon gathering, with Tyler. London sank onto the window seat, looking out at the manicured garden bathed in security lighting that kept the darkness and the wilderness at bay. Of course. I already told him we would. And... Paul? The hesitation before her husband's name spoke volumes. After 7 years of marriage, the Cohen pack still viewed Paul Westfield as an interloper, a human unwittingly married into a world he couldn't comprehend. Paul has a fundraising dinner that night. He won't miss me. It was their usual arrangement on full moon nights. Careful scheduling that allowed London to fulfill her pack obligations without raising her husband's suspicions. Good. Eleanor's relief was palpable, even through the phone. This gathering is important, London. London's fingers tightened on the phone. Mom, what's going on? Is it Dad? Is he sick? Your father is as strong as ever, Eleanor said quickly, but London caught the slight tremor in her voice. A tell that no human would notice, but obvious to another wolf. But he's making decisions, important ones, about the future of the pack, Chad's succession. It had to be. London felt a complex mixture of emotions. Relief that her brother would finally get what he'd always wanted, concern for what it might mean for the pack's direction, and a selfish gratitude that she'd chosen a path that kept her mostly separate from pack politics. "I see," she said carefully. "And does Chad know about these decisions?" Another telling pause. "Your brother has certain expectations. Your father may have others." London sat up straighter, her wolf suddenly alert. "What does that mean?" "It means," Eleanor said, her voice dropping to near a whisper, "that blood isn't always destiny, and your father has been watching, evaluating, considering options that some might find unconventional." A chill ran down London's spine. "Mom, you're scaring me. Just tell me what's happening." "I can't, not over the phone." Her mother's voice strengthened with sudden urgency. "Just be here, London, with Tyler, 3 nights from now when the moon rises." "I will, but—" "And be careful," Eleanor added, an unexpected fierceness entering her tone. "Watch yourself, watch Tyler. There are currents moving beneath the surface. Old alliances shifting, new threats emerging." London thought of Mark's appearance earlier that day, his warnings about pack leadership challenges. "Mom, does this have anything to do with the Blackwood pack?" The sharp intake of breath was answer enough. "How do you know about—" Eleanor stopped herself. "No, not on the phone. Just come home, daughter. Come to where your wolf belongs." The call ended before London could respond, leaving her staring at her darkened phone screen, her mind racing with possibilities, none of them comforting. Outside, through the reinforced security glass of her window, the waning moon hung in the sky. Not yet full, but growing. In 3 nights, it would reach completion, and the pull would become irresistible to her kind. Under its light, truths would be revealed, bonds would be tested, and the carefully constructed walls between London's 2 worlds would begin to crumble. She placed a hand on the cool glass, her enhanced vision picking out the distant tree line beyond the property's boundaries. Somewhere out there, she sensed rather than saw movement. A shadow keeping watch. Mark. It had to be. 3 days, she whispered to herself, echoing the countdown that seemed to be on everyone's lips. 3 days until the moon. 3 days until everything changed. In his room down the hall, Tyler slept with the carved wooden wolf clutched tightly in his small hands, dreaming of forests he'd never run through, and a heritage he didn't yet understand. Chapter 2. Pack Politics. "Are you sure you don't want me to come with you?" Paul asked, leaning against the doorframe of their bedroom as London carefully folded a cashmere sweater and placed it in her overnight bag. "I could reschedule the fundraiser." London kept her expression neutral, though her wolf stirred anxiously beneath her skin. The moon would be full tonight, and the last thing she needed was her human husband at a gathering of shapeshifters. "It's just family dinner, Paul," she said, selecting a pair of tailored slacks that would easily accommodate her shifting form if necessary. "My father gets nostalgic around his birthday. Besides, your fundraiser has been planned for months." Paul's eyes, a flat, ordinary brown, so unlike Mark's, wolf gold, narrowed slightly. "You've been distracted the past few days." Had she? London zipped the bag closed with more force than necessary. "The Children's Hospital benefit is next week, and the committee is a mess. Nothing to worry about." "And Tyler's excited about staying at your parents'?" At the mention of her son, London softened genuinely. "You know how he loves the estate, all that room to run around." To let his wolf nature breathe, she didn't add. Paul crossed the room and placed his hands on her shoulders, the gesture possessive rather than comforting. Even after 7 years of marriage, London's wolf chafed at his touch, recognizing it as fundamentally wrong. Not her true mate. "Your family has never fully approved of me," Paul said, his politician's insight uncomfortably accurate. "Old money meets new power, it makes them uncomfortable." If only it were that simple. London turned to face him, maintaining the perfect facade of devoted wife that had become second nature. "They respect what you've accomplished. And they respect that I chose you." The lie tasted bitter. She hadn't chosen Paul. Her father had arranged the match, seeing the political advantage of having a son-in-law in the Senate. A human who could protect wolf interests through legislation without ever knowing what he was doing. Paul's hand cupped her cheek. "Well, give the old man my regards. Tell him I'll take him golfing next weekend." The image of her father, the powerful alpha who had led the Cohen pack through territorial wars and hunter attacks, playing golf with his oblivious human son-in-law, almost made London laugh. Instead, she leaned in and kissed Paul briefly. "I should get Tyler ready. We need to be on the road before traffic gets bad." Paul nodded and stepped back. "I'll load your bags in the car." When he was gone, London allowed herself a moment of truth, pressing her forehead against the cool window glass. Tonight, under the full moon, the careful compartmentalization of her life would face its greatest test. Mark's warning about pack leadership echoed in her mind, along with her mother's cryptic phone call. "Mom?" Tyler's voice came from the doorway. He stood clutching the wolf carving that rarely left his hands since she'd given it to him. "Are we going to see Grandpa now?" London crossed the room and knelt before her son, immediately noticing the unusual brightness in his amber eyes. The moon was already calling to his untrained wolf, though he was too young to shift. "Yes, sweetheart. And Grandma and Uncle Chad and Aunt Jennifer." "And Uncle Ethan?" Tyler asked hopefully. London smiled. "If he's there." "Uncle Ethan travels a lot and keeps his distance from pack politics," she added silently. Her younger brother had always been the rebel, refusing to follow the path their father had laid out for him. "Will there be other kids to play with?" Tyler asked, fidgeting with unusual energy. "Some of the pack members bring their children." London straightened his small collar absently. "You remember playing with Mia and Lucas last time?" Tyler nodded, then lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper that made London's heart clench. "I had the dream again, Mommy, about running in the woods. There was a big black wolf following me, but I wasn't scared." London's breath caught. The dreams were becoming more frequent, his wolf heritage asserting itself. Soon she would have to start explaining things to him, preparing him for the transformation that would eventually come. "Dreams can be magical," she said carefully. "Now, do you have everything packed?" "Shadow is coming too," Tyler declared, holding up the wooden wolf. London nodded, unable to deny him this small connection to his true father. "Of course. Shadow is family too." The irony of her words wasn't lost on her as she led her son downstairs, where Paul waited to say goodbye. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the pack and the full moon's light, all the secrets she'd kept so carefully compartmentalized would be in dangerous proximity. And somewhere in the shadows, she sensed Mark would be watching, waiting for his moment to claim what nature had already decided belonged to him. William Cohen stood at the vast window of his study, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the sprawling estate that had been in the Cohen family for generations. At 62, he remained an imposing figure, 6'4" with broad shoulders and the powerful build of an alpha wolf, even if silver now dominated his once black hair. "The Blackwood Alpha called again," Eleanor said, closing the heavy oak door of the study behind her. At 58, she retained the grace and beauty that had made her the most sought-after female in 3 territories during her youth. Her blonde hair, the source of London's unusual coloring in a family of dark-haired wolves, was elegantly styled, her posture perfect, even in private. Thomas Blackwood needs to accept that the old boundaries remain, regardless of his son's fixation. Eleanor moved to stand beside her mate, close but not touching, a distance that spoke volumes about the state of their bond. "Is that what you think it is? A fixation?" Now William turned, his jade-green eyes the exact shade Chad had inherited, sharp with annoyance. "What else would you call it?" "Nature," Eleanor said simply. "The same force that paired you and me 35 years ago?" William scoffed. "That was different. Our union was arranged, approved by both packs, beneficial to all. And yet the mating bond formed naturally," Eleanor reminded him, a hint of challenge in her voice that few would dare direct at the alpha. "As it did between Mark Blackwood and our daughter? A daughter who is mated to a human," William growled. "Who has produced a grandson who carries our bloodline. The Blackwood boy has no claim." Eleanor's eyes flashed, a reminder that she came from alpha stock herself. "The boy has a name, Mark, and he is Tyler's biological father, whether you acknowledge it or not." William turned away again, his hands clenching into fists before deliberately relaxing. "This discussion is pointless. London made her choice 7 years ago when she accepted the mating with Paul Westfield. A choice you orchestrated, Eleanor pointed out, just as you orchestrated Chad's meeting with Jennifer. A muscle ticked in William's jaw. For the good of the pack. And what about Sophia? Eleanor asked, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Was that for the good of the pack too? The name hung in the air between them like a physical presence. William's shoulders stiffened, but he didn't deny it. You think I don't know? Eleanor continued, hurt beneath her controlled exterior. That I can't smell her on you when you return from your border patrols? An Omega from the Gormain pack, William, our oldest rivals. It's not what you think, William finally said, turning to face his mate. Sophia is complicated. Eleanor laughed, a brittle sound. Oh, I'm sure she is. Young, beautiful, unchallenging, unlike your mate of 3 decades. She has information, William insisted, moving to his desk and pulling out a leather-bound ledger, about hunter movements, about pack alliances forming against us. Eleanor's eyes narrowed. Information she shares in exchange for what exactly? William slammed the ledger down. In exchange for protection. Her position in the Gormain pack is precarious. Victor Gormain uses his Omegas as bargaining chips, trading them to cement alliances. Despite her anger, Eleanor's expression softened slightly. The treatment of Omega's wolves without the dominant traits of alphas or the supportive strengths of betas varied widely between packs. In the more traditional packs, they were little more than property. So, you're her protector now? Eleanor said, not quite a question. And the scent bond I detected? The intimacy my wolf senses recognized? William had the grace to look uncomfortable. There have been moments of weakness, but nothing that threatens our bond. No. Eleanor raised an elegant eyebrow. Tonight you'll announce your successor. The pack will be looking for unity in leadership, for strength in the alpha pair. What will they see instead? William moved around the desk, approaching his mate with careful steps. They'll see what they've always seen, the Cohen alpha and his mate presenting a united front. Eleanor didn't back away, but neither did she soften. And afterward, when the pack disperses and decisions must be made about the Blackwood situation, about Chad's leadership capabilities, about the threats from the hunters who grow bolder each month, will your Omega counselor be advising you then? Eleanor, William reached for her, but she stepped back. Our daughter will be here soon, she said, her voice cooling to the polite detachment that had defined their relationship in recent years. Our sons as well. I suggest you shower again before greeting them. Thoroughly. She turned to leave, pausing at the door. And William, if you truly wish Chad to succeed you as alpha, perhaps consider what example you're setting for him. He watches you more closely than you know. The door closed behind her with a quiet click that somehow held more impact than a slam. William stood alone in his study, the weight of leadership and the consequences of his choices settling heavily on his shoulders as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Outside, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for night to fall and the full moon to rise. The circular driveway of the Cohen estate was already lined with luxury vehicles when Chad's black Range Rover pulled up beside the main entrance. Jennifer sat beside him in the passenger seat, her hands folded neatly in her lap, her posture unnaturally straight. Remember what we discussed, Chad said as he switched off the engine. Father will be watching everyone closely tonight. This could be the night he formally announces me as successor. Jennifer nodded, smoothing an imaginary wrinkle from her silk blouse. I understand. Chad's hand closed over hers, the gesture appearing affectionate to outside observers, but tight enough to make Jennifer wince slightly. No contradictions, no political opinions, just support. That's all I need from you tonight. Yes, Chad, she whispered, her wolf instinctively responding to the dominance in his tone. He released her and exited the vehicle, circling around to open her door with a show of chivalry that would impress the older pack members watching from the windows. Jennifer accepted his offered hand, her face composed into the pleasant smile expected of an alpha's mate. Only someone looking very closely would notice the faint yellowish remnants of a bruise at her wrist, nearly healed thanks to werewolf recuperative abilities, or the slight hesitation in her step that suggested recently healed injuries. Chad placed his hand possessively at the small of her back as they approached the front door, which opened before they could knock. Eleanor Cohen stood in the entryway, elegant in a simple black dress that nonetheless screamed old money and refinement. "Mother," Chad greeted her, bending to kiss her cheek, "you look wonderful." "Chad? Jennifer?" Eleanor's sharp eyes missed nothing, lingering briefly on Jennifer's wrist before meeting her daughter-in-law's gaze with a mixture of understanding and resignation. "Thank you for arriving early. Your father is in his study." "Finalizing the announcement, I presume?" Chad asked, a hint of eagerness breaking through his controlled exterior. Eleanor's expression revealed nothing. "Finalizing many things. He'll join us shortly." "Jennifer, would you help me in the kitchen? The caterers have questions about the dessert arrangement." It was a transparent excuse to separate them, but neither Chad nor Jennifer could refuse the request from the alpha's mate. Chad's jaw tightened momentarily. "Of course, I'd be happy to help," Jennifer said quickly, moving to Eleanor's side. "I'll speak with Father," Chad said, his tone making it clear this was his priority anyway. Once he had disappeared down the hallway toward William's study, Eleanor led Jennifer not to the kitchen but to a small sitting room off the main foyer. She closed the door and turned to the younger woman with an expression of rare compassion. "How bad is it this time?" she asked directly. Jennifer looked away. "I don't know what you mean." Eleanor sighed and gently took Jennifer's hand, pushing up the sleeve to fully reveal the fading bruise. "Werewolf healing is remarkable, but it still takes time, especially for injuries inflicted by another wolf, by a mate." "It was an accident," Jennifer said automatically, the rehearsed response falling from her lips with practiced ease. "Chad doesn't always know his strength when he's stressed." Eleanor released her wrist but not her gaze. "My son has many qualities that would make him a strong alpha, but his treatment of his mate is not among them." Jennifer straightened, a flash of genuine backbone shining through her subservient demeanor. "Chad bears tremendous pressure as the heir. The expectations do not excuse cruelty," Eleanor interrupted firmly. "An alpha's power comes with responsibility, not just privilege. Something my son seems to have forgotten." Jennifer's eyes welled with unexpected tears. "Please don't say anything. It would only make things worse." Eleanor's expression softened further. "There was a time when I might have given you the same advice my mother gave me, to endure, to be the strength behind the throne, to suffer in silence for the good of the pack." She shook her head. "I was wrong to follow it then. I would be wrong to give it to you now." Before Jennifer could respond, the sound of the front door opening drew their attention. Eleanor squeezed Jennifer's hand once more before releasing it. "We will continue this conversation," she promised, "but for now, remember that you are not alone in this pack, regardless of what my son may have led you to believe." Jennifer blinked away her tears and composed herself as Eleanor opened the door, both women automatically assuming the poised expressions expected of their positions. But something had shifted between them, a quiet alliance forming beneath the surface of pack politics. Ethan Cohen had never been one for grand entrances. Where his brother Chad embraced the pomp and circumstance of pack hierarchy, Ethan preferred to slip in through side doors, to observe before being observed. So it was that he entered the Cohen mansion through the kitchen entrance, nodding to the staff, who knew better than to announce his arrival. At 32, he was the youngest of the Cohen siblings and the least interested in pack politics. 6 feet tall with the lean, wiry build of a distance runner rather than his father's and brother's bulkier frames, Ethan moved with the fluid grace of a wolf, accustomed to relying on speed and cunning rather than brute strength. His dark hair was longer than pack tradition dictated, tied back in a casual knot that would draw disapproving looks from the elders. The faded jeans and simple button-down shirt were similarly understated compared to the formal attire his brother favored. But his eyes, a startling amber gold that he shared with London rather than the jade green of their father and Chad, missed nothing as he navigated the familiar hallways. He heard his sister's voice before he saw her, the sound drawing him toward the main living room where she stood with Tyler, greeting elderly pack members with practiced charm. "Uncle Ethan!" Tyler spotted him first, breaking free from his mother's side to launch himself at his favorite uncle. Ethan caught him mid-leap, swinging the boy up into his arms with an ease that belied his leaner frame. There's my favorite nephew. Have you grown again? I swear you're twice the size you were at Christmas. Tyler beamed, his amber eyes, so like Ethan's own, but with flecks of an unfamiliar gold, shining with excitement. I'm the fastest runner in my class now, even faster than kids older than me. The wolf blood showing itself, Ethan murmured, too low for anyone but London to hear as she approached. Ethan. She embraced him warmly, the tension in her frame evident to his heightened senses. I wasn't sure you'd come. And miss all this family drama, he replied with a wry smile, gesturing around the increasingly crowded room. Not a chance. London's expression remained pleasant for the benefit of watching eyes, but her voice dropped to a near whisper. Have you heard anything? About why Father called everyone together? Ethan set Tyler down, ruffling the boy's hair. Why don't you go find some of those cookies I smell from the kitchen? I bet if you ask nicely, Maria will give you an extra one. When Tyler had scampered off, Ethan guided London toward a quieter corner of the room. I've been in Peru for the last 3 months, sister, studying the shift patterns of the Andean packs. I'm hardly in the family gossip loop. London frowned. But you came back for this gathering. You must have had a reason. Ethan's casual demeanor slipped momentarily, revealing something harder underneath. Let's just say I received a concerning call from a mutual friend. Mom. Sophia Gormane, Ethan corrected, watching his sister's reaction carefully. London's eyes widened. The Omega from our rival pack? What would she... She stopped, understanding dawning. No, Dad wouldn't. Wouldn't he? Ethan raised an eyebrow. Our father has always believed pack alliances are more important than personal feelings. Why do you think you ended up married to a human politician? Why do you think Chad is mated to a woman he clearly doesn't love? London shook her head in denial, though Ethan could smell the uncertainty in her scent. An affair is different from a strategic alliance, especially with a gourmet. Not just an affair, Ethan said grimly. Sophia's pregnant. The color drained from London's face. That's impossible. Dad would never be that careless or that disloyal, Ethan finished for her. I agree. It doesn't sound like our calculating father. Which is why I'm here. Something bigger is happening, London. Something that has Sophia scared enough to reach out to me. The family outcast for help. London stared at him. Why would she contact you specifically? A shadow crossed Ethan's face. That's complicated. Let's just say that during my research expeditions into other territories, I've developed a reputation for helping wolves in difficult situations, especially Omegas who aren't treated well by their packs. Understanding dawned in London's eyes. You're part of the underground network, the one that helps Omegas escape abusive packs. Ethan neither confirmed nor denied it, his expression giving nothing away. All I know is that Sophia says she fears for her life and for her unborn child. She claims Dad promised to help her leave the gourmet pack, but now she thinks he's reconsidering. Because of tonight's announcement, London concluded. If he's naming Chad as successor, a scandal involving a pregnant Omega from a rival pack would undermine the transition of power. Ethan nodded. Exactly. And Sophia believes that if Dad abandons her, Victor Gomene will kill her and the child when he discovers the pregnancy. London glanced around the room, her eyes landing on their mother, who stood engaged in polite conversation with pack elders while her eyes repeatedly darted to the study where William remained secluded. Does Mom know? About the pregnancy? I don't think so. About the affair? Ethan shrugged. Hard to hide something like that from your mate of 35 years. A familiar scent reached them both simultaneously, causing them to turn toward the entrance. Chad strode in, Jennifer a half step behind him, his expression thunderous despite the smile fixed on his face. Looks like Big Brother didn't get the validation he was expecting from Dad, Ethan murmured. London watched Chad carefully. Something's wrong. This isn't just Chad's usual arrogance. Ethan followed her gaze, noting the rigid set of their brother's shoulders, the barely contained fury in his movements. You're right. He looks like he's about to shift right here in the living room. Where's Tyler? London asked suddenly, maternal concern overriding pack politics. Ethan scanned the room and pointed toward the far corner where Tyler sat with 2 other children his age, showing them his wooden wolf carving. He's fine. But I think I should find out what's happening with Dad before Chad explodes and ruins the Chardonnay. London caught his arm. Be careful, Ethan. If what you say about Sophia is true, there's more at stake tonight than just who becomes the next alpha. Ethan's usual carefree expression hardened into something more resolute. I know. That's why I came back. He squeezed her hand reassuringly. Watch, Chad. If he approaches Tyler, intervene. I don't trust his control right now. With that, he slipped away, moving through the crowd with the same unobtrusive grace that had allowed him to operate in the shadows of pack politics for years. Whatever game their father was playing, Ethan intended to uncover the rules before anyone else became a pawn. As twilight deepened outside the windows of the Cohen mansion, London felt her wolf stirring more insistently beneath her skin. The full moon would rise within the hour, calling to the primal nature that she kept carefully leashed in her human life with Paul. She circulated through the gathering with practiced ease, accepting the deferential nods from lower-ranked pack members, exchanging pleasantries with the elders, all while keeping a watchful eye on Tyler. Her son showed no outward signs of the moon's pull. He was too young to shift, but his movements were more energetic than usual, his laughter a touch wilder. He has the Cohen spirit, observed Marjorie Ellis, one of the oldest pack members at 87. Despite her age, her eyes remained sharp in a face lined by decades of moon cycles. Raymond would be proud. Raymond? London asked, momentarily confused. The elderly wolf patted her hand. Your grandfather, dear. William's father. Tyler has his eyes. London froze, her social smile becoming fixed. Tyler's eyes were the exact shade of amber gold as Mark Blackwood's, his true father's, with no resemblance to any Cohen ancestor she knew of. You must be thinking of Ethan, she said carefully. He's the one with amber eyes in our family. Marjorie shook her head. Not that blue gold that you and Ethan have. I mean the pure gold flecks, like honey in sunlight. Raymond had those before he died. It skips generations sometimes. Before London could respond to this potentially dangerous observation, a new scent drifted through the room, catching her attention. Familiar yet wrong. Her father's distinctive cedar and leather scent intertwined with something foreign, something female. Her wolf senses heightened as the moon crept higher. London followed the scent trace with her eyes, noting how it clung to William as he finally emerged from his study. Her father looked composed as always, his silver-streaked dark hair perfectly styled, his posture commanding the respect of every wolf in the room. But to London's enhanced senses, the evidence was unmistakable. The faint trace of another woman's scent clung to him, despite what must have been a thorough shower. Not her mother's familiar lavender and amber, but something wilder. Earth and rain and a hint of desperation, an Omega's scent. London's eyes sought out her mother, finding Eleanor standing near the grand staircase, her posture rigidly perfect, her smile not quite reaching her eyes as she watched her mate greet their guests. The distance between them, physical and emotional, struck London with new significance. London. Chad's voice startled her as he appeared at her elbow, his hand closing around her upper arm with barely restrained force. We need to talk now. She glanced at Tyler, automatically assessing his safety before allowing herself to be guided toward a quiet alcove. Did you know? Chad demanded without preamble, his voice a low growl. Know what? London countered, pulling her arm free from his grip. About father's little Omega whore? Chad spat, his eyes flashing with golden fire, a dangerous sign of his wolf pushing against his control. About the bastard she's carrying. So Ethan had been right. London kept her expression neutral despite her shock. I just found out. Ethan told me. Ethan, Chad sneered. Of course he knew before me, the prodigal son with his mysterious comings and goings. What did father say to you? London asked, trying to redirect Chad's anger. Chad's jaw clenched. That tonight's announcement would be unexpected, that the pack needs new direction in these changing times. His fist slammed into the wall beside them, the plaster cracking under the impact. 35 years I've trained to be alpha. 35 years of following his rules, strengthening my wolf, learning the territory, and now he hesitates because of some Omega's manipulation? London caught the subtle shift in her brother's scent, the acrid note of fear beneath the rage. You think he's reconsidering his successor? I think, Chad said, leaning closer, that our father has lost his judgment. That this Sophia has somehow clouded his thinking, perhaps even with magic. You know the Gourmains have always dabbled in the darker wolf arts. London doubted that very much. More likely, their father was simply caught between duty and desire, a feeling she understood all too well. What does Mother say? She asked. Mother, Chad scoffed, plays her role as always, the perfect mate in public while her bond with father withers in private. His eyes narrowed. You should understand that dynamic well enough, sister. How is the Honorable Senator Westfield these days? Still blissfully ignorant that his son is another man's get? London slapped him before she could stop herself, the crack of palm against cheek drawing surprised glances from nearby pack members. Chad caught her wrist before she could withdraw, his grip painfully tight. Careful, he warned, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. Your position in this pack is just as precarious as mine suddenly appears to be. Let go of my mother, came a small, clear voice from beside them. Both adults looked down in surprise to find Tyler standing there, his small face set in a determined frown, the wooden wolf clutched in his hand like a talisman. Despite his size, there was something undeniably commanding in his posture. Something alpha. Chad released London's wrist immediately, more from shock than obedience. Tyler, he said, forcing a smile, Uncle Chad and your mother are just having a grown-up discussion. Tyler's amber eyes, with those distinctive gold flecks that Marjorie had noticed, fixed on Chad with unchildlike intensity. You were hurting her. No, sweetie, London said quickly, kneeling beside her son. Uncle Chad was just a little too enthusiastic in our discussion. Everything's fine. Tyler didn't look convinced, his gaze remaining locked with Chad's in a challenge that would have been ludicrous given their size difference if not for the pure wolf instinct behind it. After a moment, it was Chad who looked away first, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Quite the protective little cub you're raising, London, he said, his tone unreadable. I wonder where he gets that from. Before London could respond, a hush fell over the gathering as William Cohen moved to the center of the room, his presence commanding immediate attention from every wolf present. The moon rises, he announced, his voice carrying the weight of decades of leadership. Let us move to the ceremonial clearing for the announcement. As the pack began to file out toward the forest, where they would shift and run under the full moon's light, London felt a prickle at the back of her neck, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. She turned toward the vast windows that overlooked the estate's boundary, where the forest grew wild beyond the manicured lawns. There, at the edge of the trees, a massive black wolf stood watching, its gold eyes reflecting the rising moonlight. Mark. Even at this distance, the recognition resonated through her bond, her wolf rising to the surface in instinctive response. Beside her, Tyler gasped softly, his hand tightening around his wooden carving. Shadow, he whispered, too quietly for anyone but London to hear. The black wolf held her gaze for one heart-stopping moment before melting back into the darkness of the forest. London, are you coming? Ethan called from the doorway where the last of the pack was filtering out. She gathered Tyler into her arms, suddenly certain that tonight would change everything. Pack politics, mating bonds, hidden children, forbidden alliances, all the careful deceptions she had maintained were converging beneath the full moon's revealing light. We're coming, she answered, her voice steadier than she felt. As she carried her son toward the forest where both her father and her true mate waited, London felt the foundations of her carefully constructed life beginning to crumble beneath her feet. And yet, with Tyler's warm weight in her arms and her wolf rising to the moon's call, she also felt something she hadn't experienced in years. Freedom. Chapter 3. Blood Moon Revelations. The formal dining room of the Cohen mansion could have comfortably seated 30, but tonight only the immediate family gathered around one end of the massive oak table. The full moon's light spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across the antique Persian rug and illuminating the tension-filled faces of the Cohen pack. William sat at the head of the table, commanding, as always, in a tailored charcoal suit that emphasized his still powerful frame. Eleanor occupied the opposite end, regal in sapphire blue that complemented her blonde hair. The seating arrangement, with nearly 15 feet of polished oak separating them, spoke volumes about the state of their bond. London sat with Tyler beside her, helping him cut his steak into manageable pieces while keeping a watchful eye on the interactions around the table. Chad and Jennifer sat across from them, Chad's posture rigid with barely contained anger, while Jennifer maintained the perfect, pleasant expression that never quite reached her eyes. Ethan lounged in his chair to London's right, seemingly the only relaxed person at the table, though London knew her brother well enough to recognize the alertness behind his casual demeanor. "The moon is particularly bright tonight," Eleanor observed, breaking a silence that had stretched uncomfortably after William's terse answers to Chad's pointed questions about the pack announcement. "A true blood moon. They say such moons reveal truths that have been long hidden." "Old superstitions," Chad dismissed, swirling the red wine in his glass. "What matters is the strength the moon gives us, the connection to our primal nature. Some might say our primal nature needs tempering with wisdom," Ethan commented, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp as they met Chad's across the table. "The old ways aren't always the best ways," Chad's jaw tightened. "Easy for you to say when you've rejected half the old ways yourself. When was the last time you attended a proper pack gathering before tonight, or participated in a hunt, or considered taking a mate?" "Chad," William warned, though without much force behind it. But Chad wasn't finished. "The pack needs strong bloodlines, committed wolves who understand the importance of legacy." His gaze flicked meaningfully toward Jennifer, whose shoulders hunched slightly. "Not wanderers who pick and choose which traditions to honor." Ethan set down his fork with deliberate care. "The pack needs evolution, brother. The world is changing. Hunters have new technologies. Other packs are forming unprecedented alliances. And yet you still think the solution is to follow the same playbook grandfather used 50 years ago? Boys!" Eleanor intervened, her voice gentle but carrying undertones of steel that immediately commanded attention. "This is hardly appropriate dinner conversation with young ears present." Tyler, who had been quietly absorbing every word with unusual focus for a 5-year-old, looked up at the mention of himself. "I don't mind, Grandma. I like when Uncle Ethan and Uncle Chad argue. Uncle Ethan always uses bigger words." A surprised laugh escaped London, breaking some of the tension. Even William's stern expression softened slightly at his grandson's observation. "Out of the mouths of babes," Ethan grinned, ruffling Tyler's hair affectionately. The dining room door opened then, admitting a slender young woman carrying a silver tray of side dishes. London hadn't seen her before, which was unusual, as she knew most of the staff who had served the Cohen family for generations. The newcomer moved with unusual grace, her head slightly bowed as she approached the table. Her dark hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail, her uniform impeccable, but there was something in her bearing that instantly caught London's attention. A combination of deference and fear that went beyond normal staff behavior. "Sophia," Eleanor said, her tone warming noticeably. "Thank you. You can set those down here." Sophia. The name registered immediately in London's mind. The Omega from the rival pack, her father's lover. She glanced sharply at William, whose expression had become carefully neutral, then at Chad, whose face had darkened with barely suppressed rage. As Sophia leaned forward to place the dishes on the table, London caught the distinct flinch when William shifted in his chair. It was subtle, imperceptible to human eyes, but to wolves accustomed to reading body language, it spoke volumes. "Is there anything else you need, Mrs. Cohen?" Sophia asked, her voice soft and melodic despite the tension radiating from her slender frame. "No, thank you, dear," Eleanor replied with unusual gentleness. "You should rest now. It's been a long day." The exchange was bizarre, Eleanor treating her husband's mistress with compassion rather than contempt, William studiously avoiding looking at either woman, and Chad practically vibrating with suppressed emotion. Only Ethan seemed unsurprised, watching the interaction with knowing eyes before catching London's questioning gaze and giving an almost imperceptible nod. So he had been right about Sophia being here. As the Omega quietly slipped from the room, Eleanor continued as if nothing unusual had occurred. Sophia joined our household staff last week. She's been a tremendous help with the preparations for tonight's gathering. How convenient, Chad remarked, his tone caustic. A gourmet Omega serving in the Cohen household. Father must be very confident in our security measures these days. The gourmet pack no longer consider Sophia one of their own, Eleanor said, her voice taking on a protective edge that London had rarely heard directed at anyone outside the immediate family. She has been granted refuge here. By whose authority? Chad demanded, turning to William. Surely the Alpha consulted with his heir before inviting an enemy into our home. William set down his knife with a sharp click against fine china. I don't recall announcing my heir yet, Chad, and until I do, my authority as Alpha remains absolute. The statement dropped like a stone into the tense atmosphere. Chad's face drained of color before flushing with anger, his eyes briefly flashing wolf gold before he regained control. I see, he said, his voice dangerously quiet. So that's how it is? That's enough, Eleanor intervened again. Tyler, darling, have you finished your dinner? Why don't you show your uncles the new game room your grandfather had installed in the East Wing? Tyler looked up from where he'd been quietly arranging his vegetables into patterns. But the grown-ups are talking about important pack stuff, he protested. I want to hear. London placed a gentle hand on her son's shoulder. The grown-ups need to discuss some things that aren't appropriate for little ears, even smart ones like yours. Tyler seemed about to argue when Jennifer unexpectedly spoke up. I'd love to see the game room, Tyler. I hear there's a new air hockey table that's supposed to be amazing. The unexpected ally brought a grateful smile to London's face. Jennifer might be trapped in an unhappy mating, but her kindness toward Tyler had never wavered. Okay, Tyler agreed reluctantly. But I get to be the blue team. Deal, Jennifer smiled, rising with surprising eagerness. London suspected the relief of escaping the dinner table's tension outweighed any genuine interest in air hockey. As Jennifer led Tyler from the room, Eleanor waited until the door closed behind them before fixing each remaining family member with a pointed look. Now, perhaps we can discuss matters like civilized wolves rather than snarling at each other across the dining table. Civilization seems in short supply these days, Chad muttered, earning a sharp look from his father. Eleanor ignored the comment. Sophia's situation is complicated, but she is under my protection now, which means she is under pack protection. That is not open for debate. The declaration, coming from Eleanor rather than William, raised London's eyebrow. Her mother had always been strong, but traditionally had deferred to William in pack matters. This assertiveness was new and clearly calculated. And what exactly is her situation? London asked carefully, meeting her mother's eyes directly. Beyond being an Omega from a rival pack who has somehow earned the alpha female's protection, Eleanor held her gaze steadily. That will be addressed after dinner, during the family council. Family council? Ethan echoed, straightening in his chair. We haven't had one of those since your grandfather died and I took over as alpha, William finished grimly. Some announcements require the proper formalities. Chad's knuckles whitened around his wine glass. So you're stepping down. It wasn't a question, and William didn't treat it as one. Dessert will be served in the library in 20 minutes, he said instead, rising from his chair with the fluid grace that belied his age. I suggest everyone use that time to compose themselves. Tonight's revelations will require clear heads and controlled wolves. With that, he strode from the room, leaving behind a silence heavy with anticipation and dread. Well, Ethan drawled into the quiet, reaching for his wine. This should be interesting. London found Sophia in the kitchen, carefully arranging delicate pastries onto silver trays. The staff had been dismissed for the evening, unusual for a large gathering, but now making perfect sense given the sensitive nature of tonight's revelations. You don't have to do that, London said, causing the Omega to startle violently, nearly dropping the tray. Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. It's all right, Miss Cohen, Sophia replied, her voice soft and melodious despite her obvious nervousness. I'm just finishing the dessert service. London moved closer, her enhanced senses picking up details that would be imperceptible to humans. The faint tremor in Sophia's hands, the way she kept her head slightly bowed, a submissive posture ingrained in Omegas from traditional packs. The subtle changes in her scent that London had detected earlier but could now confirm up close: pregnancy. Early still, but unmistakable to another female wolf. "How far along are you?" London asked directly. Sophia's head jerked up, her dark eyes wide with alarm before resignation settled over her delicate features. "Almost 3 months," she admitted. London leaned against the counter, studying the young woman more carefully. Sophia Gourmain was beautiful in the classic Omega way, petite, with fine features and large, expressive eyes that seemed designed to evoke protective instincts. Her dark hair fell in a sleek ponytail to the middle of her back, and her movements, despite her nervousness, held a natural grace. But there was more to her than mere Omega beauty, a certain resilience in her posture, intelligence in her gaze. This wasn't a woman who had seduced her way into the Alpha's bed for status or protection alone. "My father is the father," London stated rather than asked. Sophia nodded once, her hand moving unconsciously to her still flat stomach. It's not what you probably think." "What I think," London said carefully, "is that you're carrying a child who will be my half-sibling, who will be Tyler's aunt or uncle despite being younger than him, who potentially represents a significant disruption to pack hierarchy." "I never meant for any of this to happen," Sophia whispered, distress evident in her scent. "I came to your father with information about Victor Gourmain's plans, about the alliance he was forming with the hunter groups. Your father offered protection in exchange for continued intelligence." "And somewhere along the way, protection became something more," London concluded, trying to keep judgment from her tone. Whatever her personal feelings about her father's infidelity, antagonizing Sophia wouldn't help anyone. "It wasn't just physical," Sophia insisted, a flash of dignity breaking through her submissive demeanor. "William was kind when kindness has been rare in my life. He listened when most alphas only command. He saw value in me beyond what my body could provide." The raw honesty in her voice gave London pause. "And my mother? How does she fit into this arrangement?" A surprising smile touched Sophia's lips. "Eleanor is remarkable. When she discovered the truth, I expected rage, punishment at best. Instead, she assessed the situation, recognized the threat to the pack if Victor discovered my pregnancy, and made the decision to bring me here, under her direct protection." London struggled to reconcile this with the mother she thought she knew. "She's protecting you from her mate, her alpha." "She's protecting the pack," Sophia corrected gently. "And this child, who is innocent of its parents' choices. Your mother is a true alpha female. She puts pack welfare above personal feelings." Before London could respond, her enhanced hearing picked up approaching footsteps. Sophia immediately returned to arranging pastries, her head bowing once more into the submissive posture that seemed to be her default state. William appeared in the doorway, his imposing frame filling the space. His expression revealed nothing as his gaze moved from London to Sophia and back again. "The family is gathering in the library," he said, his deep voice carefully neutral. "London, your presence is required." London nodded, but couldn't resist one parting question to her father. "Does she make you happy?" William's carefully composed expression faltered for just a moment, genuine emotion breaking through. His gaze shifted to Sophia, who kept her eyes downcast, but whose scent betrayed her awareness of his attention. "Happiness is a luxury few alphas can afford," he finally said, "but she brings clarity, perspective I had forgotten I needed." It wasn't a declaration of love, but from William Cohen, it was perhaps as close as one might get. London nodded again and moved toward the door, pausing briefly beside her father. "The pack may follow you out of respect or fear," she said quietly, "but they'll follow Mother out of love. Remember that tonight." She left father and lover in the kitchen, making her way toward the library, where family secrets were about to be laid bare beneath the blood moon's unforgiving light. The Cohen family library was a testament to generations of wealth and power. 2 stories of leather-bound books lined walls of polished mahogany, with rolling ladders providing access to the highest shelves. A massive stone fireplace dominated one wall, the pack's crest, a wolf's head in profile, howling, carved into the mantel above. The family had arranged themselves around the space in postures that spoke volumes about alliances and tensions. Chad stood near the fireplace, one arm braced against the mantel, Jennifer seated in a nearby armchair, her posture perfect, but her eyes downcast. Ethan lounged in a window seat, seemingly relaxed, but positioned with clear sightlines to every entrance. London entered to find her mother already present, standing in the center of the room with uncharacteristic stillness. Something in Eleanor's bearing caused London's wolf to stir uneasily. There was power gathering around the alpha female, a focused intention that commanded respect. "Where's Tyler?" London asked, not seeing her son. "With Maria in the nursery wing," Eleanor assured her. "She'll keep him occupied with stories and games until we're finished." William entered last, closing the heavy oak doors behind him with a decisive click. The family watched in tense silence as he crossed to stand beside Eleanor, close but not touching, united in purpose if not in affection. "The blood moon rises to its zenith," William began formally, using the traditional opening for pack councils of grave importance. "Under its light, truth cannot hide and bonds cannot be denied. Spare us the ceremonial language, Father," Chad interrupted impatiently. "We all know why we're here. You've chosen to acknowledge your mistress and her bastard rather than name your legitimate heir." "Chad!" Jennifer gasped, shock overriding her usual subservience. William's eyes flashed dangerously, but before he could respond, Eleanor stepped forward. "I called this council," she stated, her voice carrying the unmistakable authority of the alpha female, "not William." This unexpected declaration silenced even Chad, who stared at his mother in confusion. "For 35 years I have served this pack as mate to your father," Eleanor continued, her gaze touching each of her children in turn. "I have upheld traditions when they served us well, and guided change when they did not. I have raised 3 children to adulthood and watched each of you choose your own paths, some aligned with pack expectations, others decidedly not." Her pointed glance at London acknowledged her daughter's unconventional choice to mate with a human while her true wolf mate lived. "Throughout it all, I have placed pack welfare above personal desire, above comfort, above happiness." Eleanor's voice remained steady, but London detected the faint scent of grief beneath her mother's controlled exterior. "As has your father, in his way." William shifted uneasily, but remained silent, allowing his mate the floor she had claimed. "The bond between your father and me was arranged by our parents, as was common in our generation," Eleanor continued. "It has been a partnership of respect, of shared purpose, of commitment to this pack's prosperity and survival, but it has not been a true mate bond." The admission hung in the air, shocking despite being something they had all sensed for years. Mating bonds were sacred among werewolves. The supernatural connection that linked compatible wolves together for life. Arranged matings without that bond were common in older generations, but the absence of true connection often led to exactly the situation their parents now faced. 3 months ago," Eleanor continued, "your father encountered Sophia Gormani while patrolling our eastern border. She was fleeing her pack after discovering Victor Gormani's alliance with the hunter group responsible for the attack on Chad 5 years ago." Chad's hand moved unconsciously to his side where the silver bullet had left permanent damage. "Sophia offered information in exchange for protection. Your father granted it and assigned her as an intelligence asset." Eleanor's clinical description couldn't quite mask the emotional undercurrents beneath. What neither of them expected was what happened next. "A mating bond," Ethan said quietly from his window seat. "A true one." Eleanor nodded, pain briefly visible in her eyes before she mastered it. "Yes. Something that had been denied to both William and me in our arranged union. The irony was not lost on either of us." London stared at her mother in astonishment. Not just the revelation itself, but the grace with which Eleanor was handling it. The strength it must take to stand before her children and acknowledge that her mate of 3 decades had found with another what he could never have with her. "Sophia is carrying your father's child," Eleanor confirmed, addressing the elephant in the room directly. A child conceived of a true mate bond, which makes its status within the pack complicated. Complicated, Chad exploded, pushing away from the mantle. It's a bastard, an abomination that threatens the pure Cohen bloodline with gourmet taint. You're dangerously close to outdated rhetoric that's gotten other packs labeled as extremists. Our traditions exist for a reason, Chad snarled, his eyes flashing golden as his control slipped. Pack leadership passes through legitimate bloodlines, through planned alliances that strengthen our position, not through the Alpha's midlife crisis with an enemy Omega. That's enough! William's Alpha voice cracked like a whip, the power behind it making even Chad take an instinctive step back. You will respect your mother's counsel. This isn't just about Sophia's child, Eleanor continued once order had been restored. It's about the future of this pack in changing times, about leadership that can navigate new threats and opportunities. She turned to face Chad directly. You were raised to be Alpha, trained in the traditional ways. Your strength has never been in question. Her expression softened marginally, but strength alone does not make a leader, particularly not in these times. Chad's face darkened with humiliation and rage. So, that's it? I'm to be passed over because father couldn't keep his knot in his pants, because he found his true mate 3 decades too late? You're being evaluated, Eleanor corrected firmly, as are all potential successors in light of challenges our pack now faces. All potential successors? London repeated, comprehension dawning. You're not just considering Chad anymore. Eleanor nodded. The succession is open to all 3 of you. A stunned silence followed this pronouncement. London felt as though the floor had dropped from beneath her feet. She had never wanted or expected to be considered for Alpha. Her life was with Paul in the human world, raising Tyler away from pack politics. This is absurd, Chad finally managed, gesturing toward London and Ethan. She's mated to a human who doesn't even know what she is, and he's been absent from pack business for years, chasing his research projects and Omega rescue fantasies. Each of you has strengths the pack needs, William spoke up at last. Chad's knowledge of tradition and training in combat, Ethan's diplomatic connections with other packs and understanding of changing werewolf society, London's ability to navigate the human world while maintaining her wolf nature. And what about the unborn child? Jennifer asked quietly, speaking up for the first time. Where does it fit in this succession plan? The child will be raised as a Cohen, Eleanor stated firmly. With all the privileges and responsibilities that entails, its place in the succession will be determined based on its own merits when the time comes. This is insanity, Chad declared, his control slipping further as his hands began to transform, claws extending from human fingertips. You would throw away decades of tradition for a true mate bond that should never have been permitted. That child is an abomination, and that Omega whore... He never finished the sentence. William moved with the supernatural speed of an alpha wolf, crossing the room in a blur to slam Chad against the stone fireplace, his hand around his son's throat. You will never speak of her that way again, William growled, his voice deepening to an inhuman register as his own partial transformation began, eyes blazing gold and canines lengthening to deadly points. True mate bonds are sacred no matter when or how they form. Even you should know that. The reference to Chad's own mating with Jennifer, a politically arranged union without a true bond, struck like a physical blow. Chad's eyes widened, then narrowed dangerously. If that's how you feel, he managed despite the pressure on his throat, then perhaps it's time for a leadership challenge. The tension in the room exploded into barely contained violence. William released Chad with a growl, both men squaring off as their partial transformations progressed further, facial features elongating, muscles bulging beneath clothing designed to accommodate such changes. "Stop this!" Eleanor commanded, moving between them with the fearlessness of an alpha female. "Not here! Not like this." The library door burst open as Paul Westfield strode in, his expression a mixture of concern and confusion. "I heard shouting. Is everything—" He stopped abruptly, taking in the scene before him with human eyes that couldn't possibly comprehend what they were seeing. London froze in horror. Her husband wasn't supposed to be here. He was meant to be at his fundraiser, safely away from pack business and the revelations of the Blood Moon night. "Paul," she managed, moving toward him with forced casualness, trying to position herself to block his view of her partially transformed family members. "I thought you were at the charity event. It ended early," Paul replied, his gaze fixed on William and Chad, whose features were shifting back to human with obvious effort. "What's happening here? Why do they look strange?" Jennifer had risen from her chair, her own eyes showing hints of wolf gold as the tension in the room triggered her instinctive responses. Ethan alone seemed completely in control, though London could smell the sharp tang of adrenaline in his scent. "Family disagreement," London said quickly. "You know how emotional these reunions can get." Paul's eyes narrowed. "I've never seen your family like this before. Your father looked different. Almost like, I think you've had too much champagne at your event, Senator," Eleanor interrupted smoothly. Her features now completely human again as she approached Paul with the practiced social grace that had made her legendary among pack leaders. "William and Chad have always had a volatile relationship, especially when discussing business matters. Business matters don't usually make people's eyes change color," Paul observed, his politician's instinct for detecting lies clearly operating at full capacity. The atmosphere in the room grew even more charged. London could sense the calculations happening behind her family members' eyes. How much to reveal, how to contain this potential disaster, whether Paul's knowledge might be a threat requiring permanent silencing. That last possibility sent a chill through London. Despite the problems in their marriage, she wouldn't allow her family to harm Paul. "I think it's time I explain some things to my husband," she said firmly, taking Paul's arm. "Privately," Chad moved forward, alarm clear in his expression. "London, you can't." "I can and I will," she cut him off, surprising herself with the authority in her voice. "He's my mate by law, if not by nature, and he deserves to know what family he's married into." "That's not your decision to make," William growled, alpha power radiating from him. "Pack secrets are protected by pack law." London straightened to her full height, meeting her father's gaze without flinching. "Then consider this my formal request as a potential alpha successor to exercise discretion in this matter. Unless you're retracting that possibility already?" It was a bold move, using her father's own shocking announcement against him. But it worked. William's eyes widened slightly before narrowing in what might have been reluctant approval. "Your responsibility, your consequences," he finally conceded. "But nothing leaves this house." London nodded and guided a confused Paul toward the door. As they left, she heard Ethan whistle softly. "Well played, sister," he murmured, just loud enough for her enhanced hearing to catch up. "The first move in the succession game goes to you." In the hallway, Paul pulled his arm free from London's grasp. "Are you going to tell me what the hell is going on? Why your father and brother looked deformed? Why everyone's eyes were glowing? Why you all dropped into some kind of cryptic family business discussion the moment I walked in?" London took a deep breath, the gravity of what she was about to do settling heavily on her shoulders. 7 years of marriage built on careful omissions and outright lies. 7 years of hiding her true nature from the man who believed himself to be Tyler's father. "Not here," she said quietly. "We need privacy for this conversation." Paul's expression hardened into the mask he wore for difficult political negotiations. "I think I've had enough secrets and deflections for one evening, London. Whatever you're going to say it now." A soft sound from down the hallway caught London's attention. Tyler stood in his pajamas, clutching his wooden wolf, his amber gold eyes wide with confusion and concern. "Mommy? Daddy? Why is everyone yelling?" Paul turned toward his supposed son, his expression softening. "Everything's fine, champ, just grown-up talk getting a little loud." Tyler shook his head, his supernatural hearing having caught far more than Paul realized. "Uncle Chad said Grandpa is being replaced, and there was a bad word about a lady, and Grandma said I might have a new aunt or uncle." Paul's head snapped back toward London, bewilderment clear in his expression. What is he talking about? Before London could respond, a howl tore through the night, a challenge in the language of wolves that needed no translation. Chad had taken his grievance outside. calling for witnesses to a formal leadership challenge under the blood moon. Tyler's eyes lit up with excitement, the wolf within him responding to the call despite his young age. "Can we go see, please?" "No," London and Paul said simultaneously, though for very different reasons. The doors to the library burst open again as the rest of the family spilled into the hallway, moving with urgent purpose. William's expression was thunderous, Eleanor concerned but resigned. "He's forcing my hand," William growled to his mate as they passed. "Perhaps it's for the best," Eleanor replied. "Clear air, clear succession." Ethan paused beside London, Jennifer hovering anxiously nearby. "Chad's called for a formal challenge. Tonight, under the blood moon." His expression was grim. "This won't end well." "Take Tyler back to Maria," London instructed Jennifer, who nodded gratefully for the escape route and quickly ushered the protesting boy away. "London," Paul's voice had taken on a dangerous edge, "tell me. Now." She looked at her human husband, this man who had given her safety and status in the human world, who had accepted Tyler as his own, who had built his political career with her as the perfect supportive wife by his side. And she made a decision. "Follow me outside," she said quietly, "and try to keep an open mind about what you're about to see." London didn't wait for Paul's response, striding out of the mansion's rear doors onto the sweeping back terrace. The full moon hung enormous in the night sky, blooded with the reddish tint that gave this particular celestial event its name. Its light bathed the extensive grounds in crimson shadows that seemed all too appropriate for the drama unfolding. On the vast lawn that stretched toward the forest's edge, Chad stood shirtless, his body vibrating with barely contained rage. William faced him, having shed his suit jacket but otherwise remaining dressed, a power move that suggested he didn't need to transform to deal with his son's challenge. Pack members who had been socializing throughout the estate were gathering in a loose circle, drawn by the howl of challenge that all wolves were bound to witness. Their faces reflected mixtures of shock, anticipation, and in some cases a disturbing eagerness for violence. "What is this, some kind of family fight club?" Paul asked as he caught up to London on the terrace steps, his tone suggesting he was trying to rationalize what he was seeing into something his human mind could comprehend. "In a manner of speaking," London replied, her attention fixed on the confrontation below. Chad's voice carried clearly across the grounds as he issued the formal challenge. "William Cohen, I challenge your right to determine succession against pack tradition. I challenge your judgment in bringing an enemy Omega into our territory. I challenge your fitness to remain alpha of the Cohen pack." William's response was measured, his alpha voice resonating with power that made the watching wolves instinctively lower their gazes. "Chad Cohen, I acknowledge your challenge under the blood moon. As is my right as current alpha, I name the terms: no killing, no permanent maiming, victory by submission only." A murmur ran through the gathered wolves. These were unusually merciful terms for a challenge that traditionally would have been fought to the death or serious injury. "Typical," Ethan muttered as he joined London and Paul on the steps. "Even in this, Father protects his heir." "What are you talking about?" Paul demanded, his patience clearly at its end. "Will someone please tell me what the hell is happening?" Ethan glanced at London, one eyebrow raised in query. She nodded once, giving silent permission for the truth. "Your in-laws are werewolves, Senator Westfield," Ethan said bluntly. "All of us. Well, except you." Paul stared at him for a long moment before barking a laugh. "Right, and I'm the tooth fairy." "Paul," London said softly, placing her hand on his arm and forcing him to meet her gaze. "It's true. Our family, is a werewolf pack. One of the oldest and most powerful on the East Coast." "This isn't funny, London," Paul said, pulling away from her touch. "Whatever family drama is happening here, don't dress it up in some ridiculous—" His words died as Chad roared, a sound no human throat could produce, and began to transform. Bones cracked and reformed, muscle rippled and shifted, dark fur sprouting across skin as the man became something else entirely. Within moments, where Chad had stood, now crouched an enormous wolf with silver-tipped dark fur, its jade-green eyes glowing with supernatural light. Paul stumbled backward, his face draining of color. "What? How? This can't be real." I'm afraid it is, London said, feeling a strange relief at finally speaking the truth after so many years of lies. This is who we are, what we are. On the lawn, William was transforming as well, his shift smoother and more controlled than Chad's rage-fueled change. The alpha's wolf form was magnificent, larger than Chad's, with the silver of his human hair translating to a regal mantle of silver fur across his shoulders and back. His transformation complete, William faced his son, power radiating from him in palpable waves. The circle of watching wolves widened as the two massive predators began to circle each other, ears flat, teeth bared in identical snarls. "They're going to kill each other," Paul whispered, horror and fascination warring in his voice. "No," Eleanor said as she joined them, her composure perfect despite the situation. "William set the terms. This is about dominance, not death." Chad lunged first, youth and rage driving him toward his father in a blur of fur and fangs. William sidestepped with surprising agility for his age, raking claws along his son's flank as he passed, drawing blood but causing no serious damage. Chad spun, snarling in pain and renewed fury, saliva dripping from jaws powerful enough to crush bone. "I can't be seeing this," Paul muttered, his politician's composure completely shattered. "This isn't possible." "And yet, here we are," London said, her own wolf stirring powerfully beneath her skin in response to the battle playing out before them. The moon called to her, the violence awakened primal instincts long suppressed in her careful human life. Chad and William clashed again, this time meeting in a brutal collision of snapping jaws and slashing claws. They rolled across the manicured lawn, tearing up sod and flowers, each seeking the dominant position that would allow them to pin the other into submission. For a few moments, it seemed Chad's youth and fury might overcome William's experience. The younger wolf managed to sink teeth into his father's shoulder, drawing a pained growl that sent a collective shudder through the watching pack members. But William was alpha for a reason. In a move so swift it appeared almost choreographed, he twisted beneath his son, using Chad's own momentum against him. One powerful paw struck Chad's wounded flank while the other swept his legs from under him. As Chad stumbled, William surged upward, jaws closing around the younger wolf's throat. Not to kill, but to dominate, to force submission. Chad struggled, snarling and thrashing, but William's grip was implacable. Gradually, the younger wolf's movements weakened, his growls transforming into reluctant whines of surrender. William held the position for several heartbeats longer than necessary, making his point clear to every watching wolf before finally releasing his son and stepping back. Still in wolf form, the alpha raised his massive head and howled, a sound of victory and continued dominance that carried for miles through the night air. The pack responded, their own howls acknowledging his triumph, his right to continue leading. All except Chad, who slunk away from the circle, his tail low, blood matting his fur. "Jesus Christ," Paul whispered, his face ashen. "This can't be happening." London barely heard him, the wolf within her surging toward the surface with irresistible force. The blood moon, the violence, the primal display of dominance, it all called to something ancient in her DNA that had been denied too long. "London," Paul's voice seemed to come from very far away, "your eyes, they're glowing, and your face is changing." She felt the transformation beginning, the lengthening of her canines, the sharpening of her nails into claws, the enhancement of her senses. The careful control she had maintained for years in the human world was fracturing under the pressure of too many revelations, too much suppressed truth. "I need to run," she managed through teeth that were rapidly becoming unsuitable for human speech. "Run." "London, we need to talk about all this, about what this means for us, for Tyler." The mention of her son sent another surge of primal emotion through London. Tyler, her cub, who carried the blood of her true mate rather than the man standing before her. Tyler, whose wolf nature would eventually manifest fully, who would need guidance that Paul could never provide. "I can't do this right now," she gasped, already backing away. "London." Paul called after her, but she was moving, running, fleeing the tangled mess of revelations and consequences. She sprinted across the lawn, past the dispersing pack members, past her father, who watched her go with understanding in his still wolfish eyes, past the manicured gardens and decorative hedges, into the wild forest beyond the estate's boundaries. The transformation took her fully as she ran, clothing tearing as her body reconfigured itself into its true form. Fur the color of pale honey, like her human hair, rippled across her skin. Bones cracked and reformed, lengthening, strengthening. Her consciousness expanded into the wolf's heightened awareness of scent and sound and movement. Freedom. After years of careful restraint, of only shifting during controlled monthly gatherings, of suppressing her true nature to maintain her human life, the release was exhilarating and terrifying. London ran, her powerful wolf form eating up the ground beneath her paws, weaving between trees with instinctive grace. Her mind raced as rapidly as her body. Thoughts of Paul's horror, of Chad's humiliation, of her father's affair and unborn child, of the succession that now inexplicably included her, and most dangerously, thoughts of Mark, her true mate, the father of her son, the wolf whose territory she was now inadvertently approaching in her mindless flight. She skidded to a halt in a small clearing, sides heaving, senses suddenly alert to the change in the forest around her. This wasn't Cohen land anymore. She had crossed the unmarked boundary that separated her father's territory from the Blackwood pack's domain. A twig snapped in the darkness beyond the clearing. London whirled, hackles rising, a warning growl building in her throat. The massive black wolf that emerged from the shadows triggered an entirely different response. Her growl transformed into a whine of recognition, her body language shifting from defensive to something far more complex. Mark Blackwood's wolf form was as magnificent as she remembered. Midnight black fur, powerful shoulders, and those distinctive golden eyes that their son had inherited. He approached slowly, cautiously, his own body language conveying neither threat nor submission but a wary equality. They circled each other in the moonlit clearing, communicating in the ancient language of wolves. Scent, posture, the flick of an ear or tail, her fury, her confusion, his patience, his determination. Gradually they moved closer until finally their muzzles touched in the barest hint of contact. The jolt of connection surged through London like electricity, the mating bond that had never been severed despite years of denial and separation. With human consciousness still present within her wolf form, London knew this moment was a turning point. Behind her lay the careful construction of her human life, her marriage to Paul, her role as senator's wife, her deliberate distance from pack politics. Ahead lay uncertainty, her father's shocking announcement about succession, the complications of Mark's claim on her and Tyler, the inevitable fallout from Paul learning the truth. She threw back her head and howled her confusion and rage and grief into the blood moon's unforgiving light. A moment later, Mark's deeper howl joined hers, their voices twining together in the night air. In that shared cry, London felt something shift within her, a realignment of priorities, a recognition of truths too long denied. Whatever came next, she could no longer live divided between worlds. The blood moon had done its work, revealing what had been hidden, forcing choices that could no longer be postponed. The alpha's daughter had become a potential alpha herself, and the path forward would require all the strength and cunning her wolf and woman combined could summon. The Cohen mansion's east wing had always belonged to the alpha's heir. For the past decade, it had been Chad and Jennifer's domain, a mini kingdom within the larger estate where Chad could exercise his authority without his father's direct oversight. Jennifer moved through their private quarters like a ghost, carefully quiet as she straightened already immaculate rooms. Chad had stormed out after his confrontation with London, his rage palpable enough that even the staff had made themselves scarce. These moments after Chad's anger were the most dangerous, when his wolf remained close to the surface, seeking targets for lingering aggression. Better to be invisible until the storm passed. She paused at the closed door of Chad's private office. Normally off limits to her unless specifically invited, it represented the final boundary in a relationship defined by them. But with the succession suddenly in question and Chad's behavior growing increasingly erratic, Jennifer found herself considering the unthinkable. The handle turned easily under her palm, unlock unusual for Chad, who guarded his privacy obsessively. The room beyond was meticulously organized, befitting the controlled exterior Chad presented to the world. Dark wood furniture, leather-bound books on pack law and territory management, maps of regional wolf territories mounted in expensive frames. Jennifer moved to the desk, her heart hammering against her ribs. 5 years of submissive conditioning made this small rebellion feel momentous, dangerous beyond reason. But underneath the trained compliance, a core of strength remained. The daughter of the Harrison Pax Beta, raised to lead before being traded into a political mating. The desk drawers were locked, but Jennifer had watched Chad enter the combination enough times to replicate it now. The bottom drawer slid open silently, revealing neatly labeled folders. She rifled through them quickly, searching for anything that might explain Chad's recent volatility beyond the obvious succession crisis. Her fingers stilled on a folder marked Medical Private. Inside were documents from specialists, both human and supernatural, dated consistently over the past 5 years, starting shortly after the silver bullet wound that Chad claimed had fully healed. The first report confirmed what she had long suspected. Patient presents with silver-induced damage to reproductive tissues. Prognosis for fertility, poor to non-existent. Jennifer's hands trembled as she continued reading. Each report tracked Chad's increasingly desperate attempts to reverse the damage. Experimental treatments, rare wolf remedies, even dangerous magical interventions from practitioners whose ethics were questionable at best. All with the same conclusion. Chad Cohen was permanently sterile, incapable of producing the heir that would cement his claim to alpha status. The final document was dated just 3 weeks earlier, a consultation with Dr. Marcus Winters, the pack's official physician. Jennifer scanned it quickly, her breath catching at the recommendation. Given the psychological impact of infertility on an alpha heir and the political implications for succession, I recommend considering traditional surrogacy options. The Harrison female appears healthy and fertile. Her inability to conceive is clearly linked to her mate's condition, not her own. With appropriate magical assistance, conception could be achieved using genetic material from a compatible donor wolf while maintaining the appearance of natural paternity. A note in Chad's handwriting had been added at the bottom. Proceed with arrangements. Harrison need not be informed until necessary. Harrison, not Jennifer. Not his mate, just her bloodline, reduced to a breeding vessel whose consent was deemed optional. The betrayal burned cold in her chest. For 5 years, she had borne the whispers, the pitying glances, the not-so-subtle suggestions that she was failing in her primary duty as an alpha heir's mate. For 5 years, Chad had allowed her to believe the failure was hers, had even punished her for it with increasing cruelty and isolation, all while knowing the truth. "Find anything interesting?" Chad's voice from the doorway froze her in place. Jennifer looked up slowly, the folder still open in her hands, no possibility of hiding her discovery. "You knew," she said, her voice steadier than she expected. "All this time, you knew the problem was yours, not mine." Chad's expression remained unnervingly calm as he stepped into the office, closing the door behind him with a soft click that sounded to Jennifer's heightened senses like a trap springing shut. "Of course I knew," he said, moving to the sideboard where crystal decanters of whiskey caught the afternoon light. He poured himself a measure with deliberate precision. What kind of alpha wouldn't understand his own limitations? "But you let me believe," Jennifer began, outrage building beneath her customary restraint. "I let you serve your purpose," Chad interrupted, sipping his whiskey, providing a united front to the pack, maintaining the illusion that the heir's bloodline would continue uninterrupted. "While I suffered your moods, your disappointment, your barely controlled violence," Jennifer said, memories of 100 small cruelties and larger abuses rising like bile. "While I felt like a failure month after month." Tat shrugged, the casual dismissal of her pain more wounding than any physical blow he'd ever delivered. "It was necessary. The pack needs confidence in its leadership. Confidence that would be shattered if my condition became common knowledge." "And now?" Jennifer asked, gesturing to the file with its damning recommendation. "You plan to impregnate me with another wolf's seed?" Without my knowledge or consent, with carefully selected genetic material, Chad corrected, as if this technicality somehow mitigated the violation. From a bloodline compatible with both of ours, the cub would have been raised as mine, as a Cohen. Your maternal contribution would have been honored. Honored, Jennifer repeated, disbelief coloring her tone. Is that what you call treating me like a broodmare? Using magic to circumvent my choice, my agency? Chad set down his glass, irritation finally cracking his controlled facade. Your purpose in this mating was always clear, Jennifer. To produce the next generation of Cohen leadership. The method is immaterial to the outcome. Not to me, Jennifer said, rising from the desk, the folder clutched in her hand like evidence in a trial. Not to the pack laws that require informed consent for any magical intervention in reproduction. Not to my father, who would consider this a breach of the mating contract sufficient to dissolve our union. That struck a nerve. Chad's eyes flashed gold momentarily. You would not dare challenge our mating. Not now, with succession in question, not when my position requires the stability your presence provides. Wouldn't I? Jennifer felt something long dormant awakening within her. The strength that had made her father's chosen heir before political necessity had traded her to the Cohen pack. Perhaps it's time the pack knew the truth about their precious heir, about the silver damage that makes you less than a whole alpha by traditional standards. Chad moved with supernatural speed, backing Jennifer against the wall, one hand gripping her throat with careful precision. Enough pressure to threaten, not enough to seriously harm. A pattern she knew all too well. You forget yourself, he growled, his voice deepening as his wolf pushed forward. You forget who I am, what I will become when father steps down. If he steps down in your favor, Jennifer corrected, refusing to cower despite her physical disadvantage, which seems increasingly unlikely given recent events. Events that will be corrected, Chad assured her, his grip tightening fractionally. London will withdraw from consideration when she understands what's at stake. Ethan has never wanted leadership. Father will see reason once the Gormain threat materializes, and you, mate, will perform your duty as arranged 7 years ago. Jennifer met his gaze steadily, something fundamental shifting within her as she recognized the hollow core of the male she had feared for so long. Chad's power had always been more performance than substance, a carefully constructed image hiding deep insecurity and now, she realized, physical limitation that traditional wolves would consider disqualifying for alpha status. And if I refuse, she asked, her voice calm despite his hand at her throat, if I choose to share what I've learned with Eleanor, with the pack physician whose ethics you're subverting, with my father's pack? For the first time in their relationship, uncertainty flickered in Chad's eyes, the realization that his control over her had limits, that her compliance had always been a choice rather than an inevitability. You won't, he said, but with less conviction than before. You understand pack politics too well. The instability my situation would cause benefits no one. Perhaps instability is exactly what this pack needs, Jennifer countered. A clearing of secrets, of outdated hierarchies, a chance for true strength to emerge, rather than the illusion you've maintained. Chad's hand fell away from her throat as if burned. He stepped back, studying her with new wariness. You've changed, he observed. Is this Eleanor's influence? Has the alpha female been filling your head with progressive nonsense? Jennifer straightened, adjusting her clothing with deliberate dignity. This is who I always was, Chad, the daughter groomed to lead the Harrison pack before being traded to cement an alliance, the female who submitted not from weakness but from strategic choice. She held up the folder. And now, the mate who holds your future in her hands. The power dynamic between them had irrevocably shifted. They both felt it, the subtle realignment of authority, of possibility. What do you want? Chad asked. The question so unprecedented in their relationship that it momentarily took Jennifer aback. She considered carefully. Revenge would be simple. Exposure, humiliation, the dissolution of their mating bond. But Jennifer had not survived 5 years as Chad's mate without developing political acumen of her own. I want the truth acknowledged between us, she said finally. I want the pretense ended. I want my voice in pack decisions that affect me directly. She paused, watching his reaction. And I want freedom to build relationships beyond this mating bond that brings neither of us joy. Chad's brow furrowed. You're not suggesting... I'm stating plainly, Jennifer interrupted. Our mating is a political arrangement that has failed in its primary purpose. We maintain it for appearance and alliance, but I will no longer live as if it's something it has never been. The implications hung between them. Not quite a rejection of the mating, but a fundamental renegotiation of its terms. The kind of arrangement more common in progressive packs, but still scandalous among traditionalists, like Chad's expression cycled through outrage, calculation, and finally, reluctant consideration. Father would never accept such an arrangement. William has a pregnant Omega mate while still formally bonded to Eleanor, Jennifer pointed out. He's hardly in a position to enforce traditional standards. The observation landed with precision, forcing Chad to acknowledge the shifting landscape of pack politics. His father's situation had changed everything, creating precedents and possibilities that would have been unthinkable months earlier. This stays between us, he finally said. Not quite a request, but not his usual command either. While the succession is determined, Jennifer nodded, recognizing the concession for what it was. Not defeat, but the first step toward a more equal footing. Agreed, for now. She placed the folder on his desk and moved toward the door, pausing with her hand on the knob. But Chad? If you ever again attempt to make reproductive decisions about my body without my explicit consent, I will bring the full weight of both our packs down on you. Silver wound or not, heir or not, successor or not. The threat, delivered in the same quiet tone she had used throughout their marriage, carried unmistakable conviction. As the door closed behind her, Jennifer felt something she had almost forgotten during her years as Chad's submissive mate. Power. Not over others, but over her own destiny. In the fracturing pack landscape, she had found unexpected strength in the very vulnerability Chad had tried to exploit. Whatever came next, succession battles, territorial disputes, the complicated future of the Cohen bloodline, Jennifer would face it not as a pawn, but as a player with moves of her own. Chapter 4. Pack Fractures. The morning after the blood moon brought no peace to the Cohen estate. Ethan stood on the balcony of his childhood bedroom, nursing a cup of coffee as he watched pack members move across the grounds below, their body language revealing the lingering tension from the previous night's events. Chad's challenge, William's victory, Paul's discovery of their true nature, London's flight into the forest. Each incident alone would have been noteworthy. Together, they represented the most significant disruption to pack stability in decades. A soft knock on his door pulled Ethan from his thoughts. He recognized the scent before he turned. Wild honey in rain-washed stone. Shannon. "It's open," he called, setting his coffee mug on the stone balustrade. Shannon Reynolds slipped into the room with her characteristic quiet grace. At 30, she stood 5'7" with an athletic build that complemented her role as the pack's unofficial diplomat. Her dark auburn hair fell in loose waves to her shoulders, framing a face that managed to be both striking and approachable. As a beta wolf with unusually strong intuitive abilities, she had been Ethan's closest friend since childhood, and occasionally more during those rare times when his wandering brought him home. "Quite the homecoming," she observed, joining him on the balcony. Her hazel eyes scanned the activity below with the shrewd assessment that made her invaluable in pact negotiations. Chad sulking in the East Wing, William's locked in his study, Eleanor's managing damage control with the elders, and your brother-in-law's having an existential crisis in the guest suite. Ethan's lips quirked in a humorless smile. And my sister? Still hasn't returned from her moonlight run, Shannon replied, something cautious entering her tone. Though there's speculation about which territory she might have ended up in. Blackwood land, Ethan surmised, turning to study Shannon's face. After years of reading micro-expressions among wolves who guarded their thoughts carefully, he recognized when someone was working up to a difficult revelation. What aren't you telling me, Shan? Shannon met his gaze directly, one of the many things he'd always appreciated about her. I knew you wouldn't stay away from the succession drama. That's why I contacted you about Sophia before your father could try to handle things quietly. Ethan's eyebrows rose. You went around the Alpha? That's bold, even for you. The pack needs transparency right now, not more secrets. Shannon moved closer, lowering her voice despite the privacy of the balcony. And speaking of secrets, there's something you should know about London, something that affects the succession question directly. A weight settled in Ethan's stomach. As the family's designated outsider, he often became the repository of uncomfortable truths the others preferred to ignore. Tell me, you know about Tyler? That he's not Paul's biological son, but Mark Blackwood's. At Ethan's nod, she continued. What you don't know is that Tyler isn't London's only child with Mark. Ethan straightened, coffee forgotten. What? They have a daughter, Diana. Shannon's voice was steady, but her scent betrayed her concern about sharing this information. She's 3, lives with Mark's sister in neutral territory. London visits her once a month under the guise of charity work in the city. The revelation hit Ethan like a physical blow. Not just the fact itself, but the implications. A second child with her true mate, while married to a human who knows nothing of our world. He ran a hand through his hair. Does father know? No, neither does Chad. Shannon's expression became troubled. I only know because I happened to be in Portland on diplomatic business when London was visiting Diana. She made me swear to keep her secret. Then why tell me now? Ethan asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. Because William opened the succession to all 3 of you, because the pack deserves leaders without divided loyalties. Shannon's gaze was compassionate but firm, and because London can't make clear decisions about her future while half her heart lives in another pack's territory, Ethan turned back to the balcony railing, absorbing this new complication. 2 children with Mark Blackwood, an even stronger claim on London than he'd realized, and potentially a diplomatic nightmare if the truth emerged during the already volatile succession process. There's more, Shannon added, her voice dropping further. Diana has started showing signs of early shifting ability, much younger than normal. Now that was truly concerning. Werewolves typically couldn't shift until puberty, with the rare exception of those from extremely powerful bloodlines who might show partial transformations around 8 or 9. A 3-year-old showing shift signs would be unprecedented and potentially dangerous, both to the child and to pack secrecy. The blending of Cohen and Blackwood bloodlines, Ethan murmured. 2 ancient alpha lineages merged. Shannon nodded. Exactly what the traditionalists like Chad fear most, and perhaps what the pack needs most in these changing times. Ethan's thoughts raced through implications and possibilities. His sister's life was even more complicated than he'd imagined. Her heart torn between worlds in ways that made his own restlessness seem trivial by comparison. Does Mark know about Diana's abilities? He asked. Yes. That's partly why he's pushing for London to acknowledge their bond publicly. He believes both children need proper guidance from both bloodlines to manage their unique heritage. A howl echoed from the forest edge, distinctive enough for Ethan to recognize his sister's voice. London was returning, likely unaware of how much more complicated her life was about to become. Thank you for telling me, he said to Shannon, touching her arm briefly in appreciation. Her fingers caught his, squeezing once before letting go. The succession battle is just beginning, Ethan. William may have bested Chad physically, but the real fight will be political. The pack is fracturing along traditional and progressive lines. "And where do you stand?" Ethan asked, curious about her position. Shannon's smile was enigmatic. "With the wolf who can unite rather than divide, the one who sees beyond outdated prejudices without discarding valuable traditions." Her gaze held his meaningfully. "The one who might not want power, but understands its responsible use better than those who crave it." With that thought lingering between them, she turned to leave. At the door, she paused. London will need an ally when she returns, someone who understands divided loyalties. After she was gone, Ethan remained on the balcony, watching as his sister's honey-colored wolf form emerged from the tree line. Her pace measured, her head high. Whatever had happened during her night in Blackwood territory, she returned not as someone fleeing responsibility, but as a wolf ready to face it. The question was, which responsibilities would she choose to honor? William Cohen's study had been the site of pack decisions for 3 generations. The massive oak desk, scarred with age and polished by countless hands, had witnessed treaties signed and broken, alliances formed and dissolved, life-altering judgments handed down with the unquestioned authority of the Alpha. Today, it witnessed something rarer. William Cohen on the defensive. Chad paced before the desk like a caged predator, his movements jerky with suppressed rage. Though human in form, his wolf remained close to the surface, betrayed by the occasional flash of gold in his jade-green eyes and the faint elongation of his canines when he spoke. "You made me look like a fool," he snarled, not bothering to mask his fury. "Challenging me in front of the entire pack, then setting terms that made it impossible for me to prove my true strength." William remained seated, his posture deliberately relaxed, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed his own anger. "You chose the time and place of the challenge, not I. If you'd preferred privacy, you shouldn't have howled for witnesses." "Don't patronize me," Chad snapped. "You've been planning this, planning to undermine me. For how long? Since you started rutting with that Gormain whore." William moved with alpha speed, on his feet and around the desk before Chad could react. Though several inches shorter than his son and a generation older, the power radiating from him made Chad take an instinctive step back. "You will not use that term again," William said, his voice deceptively quiet. "Not for the mother of my child, not for any wolf under my protection." Chad's lip curled. "Protection? Is that what they call it now? You've bred with an omega from our oldest rival pack, contaminating our bloodline with inferior stock, and you expect me to show respect? I expect you to remember that your position as heir was never guaranteed," William countered. "It was contingent on your demonstration of the qualities needed to lead this pack into the future. Qualities like loyalty, tradition, honor." Chad's bitter laugh held no humor. "Rich, coming from a male who betrayed his mate bond." "There was no betrayal." William's expression hardened. "Eleanor and I have an arranged mating, not a true bond. She understands this distinction, even if you refuse to—" "Oh, she understands, does she? Is that why she's been secretly meeting with the Council of Elders this morning? Planning damage control for your little scandal?" Chad's smile was nasty. "Or perhaps discussing alternative succession plans?" A flicker of concern crossed William's face before he mastered it. "Your mother has always placed pack welfare above personal feelings. Something you would do well to learn." "Pack welfare?" Chad seized on the opening. "Let's discuss that, shall we? How exactly does breeding with a Gormain omega serve our pack's welfare? How does producing a half-breed cub with questionable loyalty strengthen our position?" William's control slipped slightly, a low growl rumbling in his chest. "That half-breed cub, as you so disrespectfully term it, carries the blood of 2 ancient lineages. The potential strength in such a combination is precisely what the traditionalists fear most," Chad interrupted. "Dilution of our pure bloodline, confusion of pack loyalties, the same concerns that arise with London's brat who carries Blackwood blood." William's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Careful. You tread close to challenging my grandson's place in this pack." "Your grandson." Chad's voice dripped contempt. A cub who has never shifted, never run with the pack, never learned our ways because his mother keeps him in the human world playing house with her politician. And now you speak of opening succession to London? To Ethan? After I've dedicated my life to preparing for leadership? Perhaps that's the problem, William said quietly. You've prepared to take power but not to use it wisely. You've learned dominance without learning diplomacy, strength without temperance. Chad slammed his fist onto the desk, leaving a splintered dent in the ancient oak. And your Omega slut teaches you temperance, does she? In between spreading her legs and whispering Gormain's secrets in your ear? The blow came without warning, William's open hand connecting with Chad's face with enough force to snap his head back and draw blood from his lip. Not an alpha command, but a father's rebuke. You forget yourself, William said, his voice vibrating with controlled rage. You forget who I am, what I've sacrificed for this pack, the enemies I've defeated to keep our territories secure, including Victor Gormaini, whose cruelty to his own pack members, particularly Omegas like Sophia, makes him our enemy on principle, not just tradition. Chad wiped blood from his lip, his eyes burning with humiliation and fury. And what happens when Victor discovers you've impregnated one of his Omegas? When he learns you've harbored her here? Do you think he'll respect your principled stand, or will he use it as justification for the war he's been spoiling for? For the first time, uncertainty flickered in William's expression. Victor doesn't know Sophia is here. She escaped during a border skirmish, was assumed killed by rogues. Assumed? Chad pounced on the word, but not confirmed. And if he discovers the truth, if he learns the Might Alpha Cohen breached pack law by taking one of his wolves without formal release, that you've produced a cub that by traditional law belongs to the Gormain pack since the mother is their Omega? William's face paled slightly. The scenario Chad painted wasn't implausible. Pack law regarding cubs born to Omegas was archaic but clear. Without formal release from her birth pack, Sophia's child could technically be claimed by Victor Gormain regardless of paternity. The old laws are changing, William said, but with less conviction than before. Not fast enough to protect your bastard if Victor decides to press his claim, Chad pressed his advantage. You've placed this entire pack at risk. Our territory, our status, our very survival. For the sake of your midlife crisis and an Omega's manipulative tears. William turned away, moving to the window that overlooked the estate grounds. For several long moments he said nothing, and Chad remained uncharacteristically silent, sensing the shift in dynamics. I didn't plan for any of this, William finally said, his voice so low Chad had to strain to hear it. The mating bond with Sophia, it formed without warning, without intent. An alpha of my experience should have had better control. The admission, so close to an apology, caught Chad off guard. His father rarely acknowledged mistakes, and never to him. And now? Chad asked, pressing his momentary advantage. William's shoulders straightened, his moment of vulnerability passing. Now we adapt, we prepare for possible repercussions, we strengthen our position through strategic alliances. Alliances, Chad repeated, understanding dawning. That's what this is about. Opening succession to London and Ethan. It's not about their qualifications. It's about binding the Blackwood pack through London's connection to Mark and gaining access to Ethan's network of progressive packs. William turned back to face his son, his expression unreadable. The world is changing, Chad. The old isolationism that served our grandfathers won't protect us now. Hunters have new technologies, rival packs form coalitions. Our strength alone isn't enough anymore. So I'm to be sacrificed for your new vision, Chad said bitterly, cast aside because I believe in preserving what made us strong in the first place. No one is being cast aside. William's voice softened marginally. The succession remains open. Prove yourself the best choice, not through dominance displays or challenges, but through demonstrating you understand the complex reality we now face. Chad straightened, his pride reasserting itself. And if I choose to reject this competition, if I decide to take what should rightfully be mine? The temperature in the room seemed to drop as William's alpha power filled the space. not directed at Chad, but surrounding him like a reminder of what he faced. Then you will fail, William said simply. And the pack will suffer for your pride. They stood facing each other, father and son, alpha and heir, traditional and progressive, the gulf between them wider than the physical space that separated them. This isn't over, Chad finally said, turning toward the door. No, William agreed quietly. I suspect it's just beginning. London found Chad waiting for her on the private terrace outside her childhood bedroom. She'd returned from her night in the forest, showered, and changed into fresh clothes provided by Eleanor, carefully avoiding Paul and the inevitable conversation they needed to have. Her brother's ambush was unwelcome, but not unexpected. "Productive evening?" Chad asked, his tone deceptively casual, as he leaned against the stone balustrade. "The forest air seems to have agreed with you. Or perhaps it was the company?" London ignored the bait, moving past him to enter her room. Chad followed uninvited, closing the door behind him with deliberate quietness. "Nothing to say, sister? No explanation for abandoning your human mate after his world was shattered? No defense for running straight to Blackwood territory?" Chad's voice hardened. "No justification for betraying pack loyalty yet again?" London turned to face him, her patience already thin after a night of emotional turmoil. "I don't answer to you, Chad. Not as a brother, not as a potential alpha. No. You answer to no one, do you? Not father, not pack law, not even your marriage vows." Chad stalked closer, his physical presence deliberately intimidating. "You take what you want, consequences be damned." "That's rich, coming from you," London countered, refusing to be cowed. "The entitled heir who thinks leadership is his birthright rather than something to be earned." Chad's eyes flashed gold momentarily. "I have earned it. 35 years of loyalty, of training, of sacrifice." "Sacrifice?" London laughed incredulously. "What exactly have you sacrificed, Chad? You've been groomed for power your entire life, given everything you wanted, excused from consequences that would have destroyed anyone else's standing. While you were excused from pack responsibilities entirely," Chad shot back, "given freedom to live in the human world, to marry outside our kind, to visit the pack only when it suited you. And now Father offers you a chance at leadership you never worked for, never wanted, never deserved." The unfairness of his assessment stung, especially after her night with Mark had forced her to confront the cost of her choices. The true mate bond denied, the daughter hidden away, the son growing up without knowledge of his heritage. "You know nothing about my sacrifices," London said, her voice dropping dangerously. "Nothing about what I've given up to maintain the human alliance Father arranged." Oh yes, poor London, trapped in her mansion with her senator husband, playing human socialite while the rest of us maintain pack security and traditions. Chad's sneer was vicious. "Tell me, sister, does Paul know that his beloved son carries Blackwood blood, that Tyler isn't his?" London moved before conscious thought, her open palm connecting with Chad's face in a crack that echoed through the room. "Don't you dare use my son in your power games." Chad caught her wrist before she could withdraw, his grip painfully tight. "Your precious cub is already part of the game, London. His very existence represents the contamination of Cohen bloodlines with our enemies." "Let go of me," London warned, her wolf surging close to the surface. "Now, or what?" Chad taunted, tightening his grip. "You'll call your Blackwood lover to defend you, or perhaps Ethan, who suddenly positioned himself as your protector." "I need no one's protection from you," London said, her voice changing as her partial transformation began, canines lengthening, eyes shifting to claws. "Release me or discover just how much of Father's alpha power runs in my veins." For a moment they stood frozen in tableau. London partially shifted, Chad maintaining his painful grip while his own eyes blazed with answering gold. Then, deliberately, he released her and stepped back. "You've changed," he observed, rubbing his reddened cheek where her slap had landed. "The London who left for the human world 7 years ago would never have challenged me directly." "Perhaps I'm remembering who I was before," London replied, not bothering to shift fully back to human. Let him see her wolf, acknowledge her power. "Before Father's political machinations sent me to play human wife and mother." Chad's expression shifted. something almost like respect flickering briefly in his eyes before the habitual disdain returned. "It makes no difference. You've been away too long. You know nothing of current pack politics, territory disputes, hunter movements. You're not qualified to lead." "And yet father thinks I might be," London countered, "along with Ethan, whom you also dismiss." "Father is blinded by his new mate bond and the threat from Victor Gormain," Chad said dismissively. "He grasps at alliances where he should be strengthening our core pack." London studied her brother, seeing beyond the anger to the fear beneath. "You're terrified, aren't you? Not just of losing your birthright, but of what it means about you. If not Alpha, then what are you, Chad? Who are you beyond the role you've been groomed for?" He flinched as if she'd struck him again. "Don't psychoanalyze me, London. You lost that right when you chose the human world over pack bonds." "Did I choose, though?" London asked quietly. "Or was I sacrificed for political convenience, just as Jennifer was sacrificed to cement your position?" Chad's expression darkened dangerously. "Leave Jennifer out of this." "Why? Because you're ashamed of how you treat her? Because she represents your greatest failure, your inability to produce an heir despite all your talk of pure bloodlines?" London knew she'd gone too far the moment the words left her mouth. Chad's control shattered, his partial shift happening in the blink of an eye, face elongating, muscles bulking beneath his clothing, claws extending from fingers that remained just human enough to grasp. "You know nothing," he snarled, his voice distorted by the transformation. "Nothing about my mating, my struggles, the expectations that crush me while you played house in the human world." London's own wolf responded to the threat, her transformation progressing to match his. Not fully wolf, but the dangerous hybrid form that combined human intelligence with lupin strength. The form werewolves most carefully hid from human eyes. "I know more than you think," she growled back, circling to maintain distance between them in the confined space of the bedroom. "About expectations, about duty, about sacrificing personal happiness for pack needs." "Hypocrite," Chad spat, the word mangled by his transformed mouth. "You've been running to your true mate behind everyone's backs for years. You've produced not one but two cubs with Blackwood blood, while, pretending loyalty to your human marriage," London froze, shock temporarily overwhelming her defensive posture. "What did you say?" Chad's monstrous features twisted in cruel satisfaction. "Did you think no one knew about little Diana, your precious daughter, hidden away with Mark's sister, the cub who's showing shift signs years too early?" Ice flooded London's veins. Her deepest secret, known to her brother, her worst potential enemy within the pack. "How did you—" "I've had you watched," Chad admitted without shame. "Since the day you married the human. I knew you couldn't be trusted to maintain pack separation, knew your bond with the Blackwood wolf would eventually threaten us all. The violation was breathtaking. Years of careful precautions, of elaborate cover stories, of heartbreaking goodbyes to her daughter, all while Chad's spies documented her movements, reported back to him, gave him leverage he'd been saving for the perfect moment, like now when succession was suddenly in play." "You're despicable," London managed, struggling to maintain her hybrid form as shock threatened her control. "I'm practical," Chad corrected, his own form stabilizing as he sensed his advantage. "And now you have a choice, sister. Remove yourself from succession consideration, or watch your carefully constructed life implode when Paul learns about Diana, when father realizes you've hidden a Cohen descendant from him for 3 years, when the pack discovers just how deep your Blackwood betrayal goes." The threat hung between them, vicious and effective. London's mind raced through implications and consequences. Paul was already reeling from discovering werewolves existed. Learning about Diana might destroy him completely, and William, her father, would see the concealment of his granddaughter as an unforgivable breach of pack loyalty. Before she could formulate a response, the bedroom door swung open. Paul Westfield stood in the doorway, his face draining of color as he took in the partially transformed werewolves facing off in the elegant bedroom, his wife and brother-in-law caught in monstrous hybrid forms that his human mind had no framework to process. "Oh my God," he whispered, stumbling backward. "London, what are you?" Paul couldn't stop staring at London's eyes. The rest of her had shifted back to human form the moment he'd entered the room. the elongated facial features smoothing, the excessive musculature receding, the claws retracting into normal fingernails. But her eyes remained transformed. Luminous amber gold with vertical pupils that expanded and contracted as she struggled for control. Chad had slipped out during the initial shock, leaving London alone to face her husband's horror. "Paul," she began, her voice steadier than she felt, "I can explain." "Can you?" His voice sounded foreign to his own ears, higher, strained, the polished politician's baritone replaced by something close to hysteria. "Because I don't think there's an explanation for what I just saw, for what you are." London took a careful step toward him. He flinched back. "Don't," he warned. "Just stay there and make your eyes stop doing that glowing thing." "I'm trying," she said, closing them briefly, taking a deep breath. When she opened them again, they were more normal, still amber rather than her usual blue-gold, but with round pupils. "It's harder to control during emotional situations." Paul laughed, a slightly unhinged sound. "Emotional situations? Like your husband walking in while you're turning into a wolf?" London finished quietly. "That's what I am, Paul, what my family is. Werewolves." He shook his head reflexively, though the evidence was impossible to deny after what he'd witnessed the previous night and again just moments ago. "This can't be happening. This isn't real." "It is real." London's voice gentled, using the tone that had soothed diplomatic crises and campaign setbacks over their years together. "I know it's overwhelming, but—" "Overwhelming?" Paul interrupted, anger finally breaking through his shock. "You've lied to me for our entire marriage. About who you are, what you are, about your family, about—" He stopped abruptly, a new horror dawning. "Tyler, is he—" London hesitated a fraction too long. "Oh God," Paul whispered, gripping the doorframe for support. "My son is one of you." "He's still your son," London insisted. "He loves you, Paul. That's real. That's true." "Is it?" Paul's political mind was finally engaging, connecting dots with terrible efficiency. "Is anything about our life together real, London? Or was it all a convenient cover for whatever pack business you were conducting?" The accusation struck dangerously close to the truth. Her arranged marriage had indeed been orchestrated for political advantage. But over the years, she had built genuine affection for Paul, even if it could never match the soul-deep connection of her true mate bond. "Our life together is real," she said, believing it even as she recognized the fundamental deception at its core. "Different than you thought, yes, but not fake." Paul's expression hardened, the skilled negotiator emerging from beneath the shocked husband. "Tell me everything right now, no more evasions." London hesitated, calculating how much truth he could handle in his current state. "Perhaps we should wait until—" "No." Paul's voice cracked like a whip. "No more delays, no more lies. I want the truth, London, all of it." She sank onto the edge of the bed, suddenly exhausted. "All right. My family, the Cohens, or werewolves, have been for generations. We can shift between human and wolf forms, with various partial transformations possible between those extremes." "Like what I just saw?" Paul said, still standing in the doorway as if afraid to fully enter the room. "That half-human, half-animal thing." London nodded. "We call it the hybrid form. It's rarely used, mainly for close combat or extreme situations." "Combat?" Paul repeated the word as if it were in a foreign language. "You fight, kill—" "Only when necessary," London assured him quickly. "For pack protection, territory defense. My family has maintained peace in this region for decades." "Like a werewolf mafia," Paul said bitterly, "controlling territory, enforcing rules. Is that why you married me? Some kind of supernatural protection racket for your family's interests?" London flinched. "It wasn't like that. The marriage was arranged, yes." "Arranged," Paul's voice rose. "By whom? My political sponsors? Were they werewolves too?" No, London hurried to clarify. "The arrangement was on my side only. My father saw advantages in having a son-in-law in politics, someone who could inadvertently help protect supernatural interests through legislation." Paul stared at her, betrayal etched in every line of his face. "So, I was used. A convenient human puppet for werewolf agenda. It started that way, London admitted, seeing no point in further lies. But over time, I grew to care for you, to respect your work, to build a life I valued. Just not enough to tell me the truth. Paul's gaze hardened. Not enough to be faithful. London's head snapped up. What? Tyler isn't mine, is he? Paul asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Biologically, I mean. He's not my son. The question she had dreaded for 5 years hung between them. London closed her eyes briefly, her wolf retreating as human grief took precedence. No, she whispered. He's not. Paul nodded once, sharply, as if he'd been expecting the confirmation but still couldn't quite believe it. Whose then? Another werewolf, I assume? Mark Blackwood, London said, the name feeling strange on her tongue after years of careful avoidance in Paul's presence. He's my true mate. True mate, Paul repeated. What does that mean exactly? London struggled to explain a concept so fundamental to werewolf existence to someone who had no context for it. It's a bond, deeper than marriage, than choice, a recognition at the soul level between compatible wolves. So I was never even in the running, Paul said, his voice flat. You belonged to this Mark person before you ever met me. I didn't know, London tried to explain. I met Mark after our engagement, during a border patrol. The bond formed instantly, unexpectedly. By pack law, I should have broken our engagement, but the political alliance was too important to my father. Paul laughed bitterly. How flattering. So important you cheated on me before we were even married. It wasn't like that, London insisted, though the distinction probably meant little to human understanding. The true mate bond, it's nearly impossible to resist during certain times, the full moon, heat cycles. Stop, Paul held up a hand, his face contorted with disgust. Just stop. I don't want to hear about werewolf mating habits or heat cycles or whatever supernatural excuse you have for infidelity. London fell silent, recognizing the gulf between their worlds that no explanation could bridge. To Paul, she was simply an unfaithful wife who had lied about their son's paternity. The complex pack dynamics, mate bonds, and supernatural imperatives that had shaped her choices were beyond his human frame of reference. Does Tyler know? Paul asked after a long silence. About his biological father? London shook her head. Not explicitly, he's too young to understand, but he senses the connection on some level. Wolves recognize their bloodlines instinctively. And will he... Paul gestured vaguely, struggling to articulate the question. Change, like you did? Yes, London said gently. When he reached puberty, he'll experience his first shift. Sooner than most wolves, probably, given his heritage. Paul nodded mechanically, absorbing this new blow. So, the son I've raised for 5 years will turn into a monster and run off to join his real father's... pack. His real family. Paul, no, London rose, moving toward him despite his earlier warning to keep her distance. You are his real family, too. Being a werewolf doesn't change who Tyler is, who he's been all these years, with you. You've raised him, loved him, that matters. Does it? Paul asked, his politician's mask finally cracking to reveal the raw pain beneath. When he can do what I just saw you doing, when he has this whole secret world, secret abilities I can never share or understand, how am I supposed to parent that, London? The question struck at the heart of her impossible position, straddling worlds that were never meant to intersect, trying to honor bonds that fundamentally conflicted. And now, with Chad's threat hanging over her, the additional complication of Diana, her hidden daughter, waited to explode into this already devastating conversation. I don't know, she admitted honestly. I don't have all the answers, Paul. I've been trying to navigate impossible choices for years. Something in her tone must have reached him because Paul's rigid posture softened slightly. For the first time since entering the room, he fully met her gaze without flinching. Your eyes changed again, he said quietly. While we were talking, they shifted colors 3 times, responding to your emotions, I think. London hadn't even realized it was happening. Yes, it's one of the harder things to control. The eyes reflect the wolf's presence, its reactions. They're beautiful, Paul said unexpectedly, the admission seeming to surprise even him. Terrifying but beautiful, like something from another world. Because they were, London thought but didn't say. Instead, she took a careful step closer, then another, until she stood within arm's reach of the man she had married but never fully loved. "I'm sorry, Paul," she said simply. "Not for what I am, I was born this way, but for not finding a way to tell you the truth sooner, for letting you build a life on incomplete foundations." Paul studied her face, seeing her, truly seeing her, perhaps for the first time. "There's more, isn't there? More you still haven't told me?" London's breath caught. Had Chad already implemented his threat? Did Paul somehow know about Deanna? "What do you mean?" she asked carefully. "I'm not sure," Paul admitted. "Just a feeling that we've only scratched the surface of the secrets between us." Relief mingled with renewed guilt. London had a choice in this moment: continue the partial truths or lay everything bare, including Diana's existence. The thought of her daughter's sweet face, so like Tyler's but with London's blue-gold eyes, made the decision impossibly difficult. "There's always more to any story," she said carefully, "and we have a lot to discuss. But perhaps we should continue this conversation when you've had time to process what you already know." Paul studied her, his politician's instinct sensing the evasion, but after a moment he nodded, exhaustion evident in the slump of his shoulders. "I need some air," he said. "Some space to think." "Of course." London stepped back, giving him room to retreat. "Take whatever time you need. I'll be here when you're ready to talk more." Paul paused at the doorway, his hand on the frame. "Is there any part of our life together that was real, London? Anything I can hold on to while my entire worldview crumbles around me?" The raw vulnerability in his question pierced through London's defenses. Despite everything, the arranged marriage, the true mate bond with Mark, the deceptions large and small, she had built a life with this man, had respected him, even cared for him in her way. "Tyler's love for you is real," she said softly. "The family we created, however unconventionally it began, became real. And my commitment to our partnership was real, even if it wasn't what you thought it was." It wasn't enough. They both knew it couldn't be. But Paul nodded once before turning away, his footsteps measured and heavy as he retreated down the hallway. London sank onto the edge of the bed, her carefully maintained composure finally crumbling as tears slid silently down her cheek. Her wolf whined inside her, distressed by the conflicting loyalties tearing at its human counterpart. To Paul, to Mark, to Tyler, to Diana, to the pack that might soon look to her for leadership, and to the human world that had been her refuge. In the quiet aftermath of Paul's departure, one truth remained inescapable. The careful walls between her worlds had crumbled beyond repair. Whatever path she chose now, there would be no returning to the life she had built on half-truths and divided loyalties. Chapter 5. The Lone Wolf Returns. Mark Blackwood moved through the forest with the silent efficiency of a predator born to the shadows. At 36, he cut an imposing figure, 6'3" of honed muscle, with raven black hair that brushed broad shoulders and features that combined aristocratic refinement with primal intensity. The Blackwood alpha bloodline had produced physically exceptional wolves for generations, but Mark carried himself with a grace that belied his strength. The Cohen estate's outer perimeter was well patrolled, but Mark had studied its weaknesses for years, a lone wolf's obsession with the territory that held his true mate. The guards changed shifts at precise intervals, leaving momentary gaps in coverage that someone less determined might never notice. But Mark had spent 5 years memorizing every detail of the security patterns, every scent trail, every blind spot in the technological and supernatural defenses. 5 years of watching from a distance while another male claimed his mate and raised his son. 5 years of stolen moments, hidden weekends, secret visits to the daughter they'd kept concealed from both their pack. 5 years of patience that had finally run out. The blood moon had changed everything. When London had run to him in wolf form, surrendering to their bond under the crimson moonlight, Mark had felt something shift. A rebalancing of power, a reawakening of primal claim. Her scent had changed subtly, carrying notes of decision and courage beneath the familiar honey and rain he'd know anywhere. Now, with succession in question and London potentially positioned for alpha status, the time for shadows and secrets had ended. He paused at the tree line, golden eyes scanning the manicured lawns that separated forest from mansion. Electronic security swept the open ground regularly, but the cameras weren't designed to detect a wolf moving at supernatural speed during the precise 4-second gap between rotations. Mark checked his watch, an incongruously human gesture for a wolf about to blur across open terrain, and counted down. 3, 2, 1. He moved, a dark streak crossing 50 yards of exposed ground in less than 4 seconds, coming to rest behind an ornamental hedgerow that bordered the eastern gardens. The mansion loomed before him, its windows glowing with warm light against the gathering twilight. Somewhere inside those walls, London was navigating the aftermath of revelations that had shattered her carefully compartmentalized worlds. Mark inhaled deeply, sorting through the complex tapestry of scents that surrounded the Cohen estate. London's honey-sweet trail was strongest near the eastern wing, where guest suites were traditionally located. Intertwined with hers was a flat, uninspiring human scent. The senator, London's official mate. The recognition sent a possessive growl rumbling through Mark's chest before he forced it down. Politics had kept them apart for too long. Pack traditions and territory disputes had denied their children the right to know both parents fully. The succession crisis now gripping the Cohen pack presented an opportunity Mark had waited years to seize. The chance to claim London publicly, to unite their packs through the blood of their children rather than the endless cold wars of territoriality. Movement at a second-floor window caught his attention. London stood framed in the soft light, her honey-blonde hair loose around her shoulders, her posture betraying the tension she likely believed hidden from distant observers. Even from this distance, Mark felt the tug of their bond. The invisible tether that had formed the moment they'd first locked eyes across a disputed borderland. As if sensing his presence, London stilled, her head turning slowly toward the gardens where he concealed himself. Their eyes met across the distance, wolf senses bridging the gap that separated them. Mark stepped deliberately from behind the hedge, making no attempt to hide his presence from her. London's lips parted in what might have been shock or dismay, but Mark knew better. Beneath the complicated politics and divided loyalties lay the unassailable truth of their bond, a recognition that transcended rational thought or social constraints. They stared at each other for a long moment, 1,000 unspoken words passing in that silent exchange. Then London disappeared from the window, the curtain falling back into place like a declaration. She was coming to him. Mark settled back against the trunk of an ancient oak, assuming the casual posture that had always irritated London, as if waiting for her was the most natural thing in the world, as if her gravitational pull toward him was inevitable rather than contested. He didn't have long to wait. Within minutes, the garden door opened, and London stepped out into the deepening twilight. She wore simple clothes, jeans, and a lightweight sweater that did nothing to diminish her innate elegance. Her hair caught the last golden rays of sunset as she moved toward him with careful, measured steps. 5 yards away, she stopped, arms crossed protectively over her chest. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice carrying to him on the evening breeze. "This isn't the time." Mark straightened from his casual lean, his golden eyes never leaving hers. "The time was 5 years ago, London, when our son was born, when our daughter followed, when nature decided what your father and human politics tried to deny." London's gaze darted nervously back toward the house. "There's too much happening right now. Succession questions, Paul discovering our true nature, Chad making threats, and Diana showing early shift signs," Mark interrupted, watching London's eyes widen in shock. "Yes, I know. Mara called me. Our daughter transformed her hands during a nightmare 2 nights ago. At 3 years old, London, she needs both her parents now." London's composure cracked slightly, maternal concern overriding political caution. "Is she all right? Was she frightened?" "Mara handled it well, but Diana is confused." "She's asking for you." Mark took a deliberate step closer. "And for me. Together, as her parents should be." A mixture of longing and pain crossed London's beautiful features. "You know it's not that simple." "It is that simple." Mark countered, closing another step of distance between them. Everything else, pack politics, human marriages, territory disputes, that's the complicated artificial construct we've built around the simple truth. We are mates. We have 2 children who need us both. Your father has opened succession to include you. The moment for half measures has passed, London. He stood close enough now to catch the subtle shift in her scent, honey warming in response to his proximity, her wolf recognizing its mate despite her human hesitations. I can't just abandon my life, my commitments, London said, though with less conviction than her words implied. Paul is already devastated about Tyler. He doesn't even know Diana exists. And how long do you think that secret will remain intact? Mark asked gently. Chad knows. He's using the information as leverage against your succession consideration. How long before he decides revealing Diana serves his purposes better than threatening to reveal her? London paled. How do you know what Chad is doing? Mark's smile held no humor. The Blackwood pack has its own intelligence network. London, did you think I wouldn't keep close watch on developments that affect my mate and children? I am not your... London began, then stopped herself, unable to deny the truth they both felt in their bones. Instead, she changed tactics. What exactly are you proposing, Mark? That I leave my husband, abandon the human connections I've built, and move into Blackwood territory? That would only inflame the tensions between our packs. I'm proposing, Mark said, stepping close enough that a deep breath would bring them into contact, that we stop denying what the moon herself has blessed, that we bring our children together under one roof as they should be, that we use your potential succession to negotiate a formal alliance between Blackwood and Cohen territories. London's breath caught. An alliance? After generations of conflict? Through blood, Mark confirmed. Through our children, who carry both lineages. Through a formal recognition of our mate bond. The boldness of the proposal hung in the air between them, audacious yet compelling in its simplicity. Alliances through mating were as old as pack law itself, but typically arranged strategically rather than acknowledging bonds already formed against both families' wishes. My father would never, London began. Your father already breached tradition by taking an omega mate from an enemy pack, Mark reminded her. He's hardly in a position to object to a formal alliance with the Blackwoods on similar grounds. London fell silent, the logic of his position undeniable despite her resistance. Mark watched emotions play across her expressive features, hope, fear, longing, uncertainty. He could feel her wolf pushing against her human constraints, recognizing the rightness of his proposal on an instinctual level her rational mind still fought. Diana asked for you last night, Mark said softly, playing his strongest card. She held that little stuffed wolf you gave her and asked when Mommy was coming home, when we would all run together under the moon. A single tear slipped down London's cheek, quickly brushed away with an impatient hand. That's not fair, Mark. None of this has been fair, he agreed, finally allowing the accumulated pain of years of separation to show in his voice. Not to you, not to me, certainly not to our children. But we have a chance to change that now, London, a chance to claim what should have been ours from the beginning. Before she could respond, Mark reached out, his fingers gently brushing her cheek where the tear had fallen. The simple contact sent electricity arcing between them, the mate bond flaring to vibrant life after being denied too long. London's eyes fluttered closed as she instinctively leaned into his touch, her wolf ascendant in that unguarded moment. When she opened them again, amber gold had replaced blue, her wolf looking out at him with all the recognition and longing her human side tried to suppress. I've waited 5 years, Mark murmured, his hand cupping her cheek fully now. I've respected your choices, allowed you space to fulfill obligations that were forced upon you. I've loved our children from whatever distance was necessary. But I won't wait any longer, London. Not when Diana needs us both. Not when Tyler deserves to know his true heritage. London's hand came up to cover his, her fingers trembling slightly. You're asking me to tear apart everything I've built. I'm asking you to build something honest in its place, Mark corrected gently. Something based on the truths we've both been denying for too long. The air between them thickened with tension and possibility, the mate bond humming with potential energy. Mark leaned closer, drawn by the inevitability of their connection, while London remained frozen in the moment of decision. "London?" A voice called from the garden door, shattering the moment. "Are you out here?" Paul Westfield stood silhouetted in the doorway, his human eyes straining to penetrate the gathering darkness where his wife stood in another man's embrace. London stepped back from Mark so quickly she nearly stumbled, her wolf eyes shifting back to human blue with practiced control. The sudden distance between them felt physical painful, a stretching of the bond that had momentarily flared to full strength. "Paul," she called, her voice admirably steady considering the chaos of emotion swirling within her. "Yes, I'm just getting some air." Mark remained where he stood, making no attempt to hide or retreat as Paul approached. The contrast between the two men couldn't have been more striking. Paul in his tailored slacks and cashmere sweater, the picture of human success and privilege. Mark radiating primal power even in simple jeans and a black Henley. His wolf presence undeniable to anyone with senses to perceive it. "I've been looking for you," Paul said, his gaze shifting from London to Mark with obvious suspicion. "Eleanor said dinner will be served soon." "Thank you," London said, stepping subtly between the two men. "I was just speaking with an old acquaintance." Mark's soft snort made it clear what he thought of that dramatic understatement. The sound drew Paul's attention more fully to him, human instincts registering the threat Mark represented even without understanding its supernatural. "Paul Westfield," he said, extending his hand with the automatic courtesy of a politician. "London's husband." "Mark Blackwood," Mark replied, accepting the handshake with a grip just firm enough to establish dominance without being overtly challenging. "London's mate." Paul's hand jerked in Mark's grip as the implication registered. His gaze snapped to London, who closed her eyes briefly in resignation. "You're the werewolf," Paul said flatly. "The one who—" "Tyler's biological father?" Mark inclined his head slightly. "Among other things." The pointed reference to their daughter made London's pulse spike with anxiety. She shot Mark a warning look that he ignored entirely, his focus remaining on Paul. "What are you doing here?" Paul demanded, his initial politician's courtesy evaporating. "This is private property." "I came to speak with London about our children," Mark said, emphasizing the plural deliberately. "About their future." "Child," Paul corrected automatically. "Tyler, who is my son in every way that matters." The tension in the garden thickened as Mark's eyes gleamed gold in the gathering darkness. "Is that what London told you? That Tyler is your only concern?" "Mark, don't," London pleaded, finally finding her voice. "This isn't the time or place." But the damage was already done. Paul's expression shifted from anger to confusion, then to the dawning realization that more revelations awaited. "What is he talking about, London?" Paul asked, his voice dangerously quiet. "What else haven't you told me?" London felt trapped between the two men, who represented the divided halves of her existence, the human life she had built versus the wolf nature she couldn't deny. Mark watched with barely concealed satisfaction as her carefully constructed facade began to crumble. "Paul, please," she said, "let's discuss this privately." "I think I've had enough privacy and secrets," Paul replied, his politician's aplomb reasserting itself in the face of crisis. "Whatever he's implying, I want to hear it now." Mark shrugged, the gesture deceptively casual. "It's not my place to reveal London's secrets. I simply came to propose a solution to our complicated situation. A formal alliance between our packs through recognition of our mate bond and shared children." The emphasis on the plural form was unmistakable. Paul's face drained of color as he turned to London, betrayal written in every line of his expression. "Children?" he repeated. "Plural?" London felt cornered, her wolf rising defensively even as she struggled to maintain human control. "Paul, please, not here." "Where, then?" Paul demanded, his voice rising. "In another 7 years, when the next secret child surfaces? When were you going to tell me, London? Or was I never supposed to know about this one either?" "Her name is Diana," Mark supplied when London remained. "She's 3 years old. Lives with my sister in neutral territory to protect her from pack politics. London visits her monthly under the guise of charity work." Each word struck London like a physical blow. She had never imagined her carefully compartmentalized worlds colliding so catastrophically, with Mark deliberately demolishing the walls she'd built between them. "Stop," she finally managed, her voice cracking. "Both of you, just stop. This isn't a territorial dispute to be settled by dominant displays. These are real lives, our children's lives, that can't be reduced to pack politics or human conventions." Both men fell silent, though the tension between them remained palpable. "I need you to leave, Mark," London continued, finding strength in the simple act of taking control. "We'll discuss Diana and your proposal when I'm ready, not in the middle of my family's estate with half the pack watching from windows." Mark's gaze shifted to the house, where indeed several faces could be glimpsed peering through curtains. The Cohen pack's curiosity about the confrontation happening in their garden was hardly surprising given the events of the past 24 hours. "This isn't finished, London," Mark said, his voice dropping to a register only she could hear. "Diana needs both of us now, and the longer you delay, the more dangerous her situation becomes." The genuine concern in his voice pierced London's defenses. Diana's early shifting was unprecedented and potentially dangerous. A 3-year-old lacked the cognitive development to control transformations that normally began at puberty. If word of her abilities reached the wrong ears, hunters, extremist packs, even human authorities, their daughter could become a target. 24 hours, London conceded quietly. "Give me that to sort through the immediate crises here." Mark studied her face, then nodded once. 24 hours. Then I return, with or without your family's invitation." His gaze shifted to Paul, who stood rigid with barely contained emotion. "Senator Westfield, I trust you'll use this time to consider what's best for the children involved, regardless of your personal feelings." The formal address carried an implicit challenge that Paul, to his credit, met without flinching. "Unlike some, I've always put Tyler's welfare above my own interests. That won't change, regardless of what revelations this situation brings." It was as dignified a response as could be expected under the circumstances. Mark acknowledged it with a slight inclination of his head before turning back to London. "Dawn, tomorrow," he said, not a question but a statement of fact. "The eastern boundary where we first met. I'll wait for you there." Without waiting for her response, he turned and moved toward the tree line with fluid grace, disappearing into the darkness with supernatural speed that left Paul blinking in confusion. The silence that followed felt suffocating. London stood frozen, unable to meet her husband's gaze, knowing the devastation she would find there. "A daughter," Paul finally said, his voice hollow. "You have another child with him. One you've been visiting secretly throughout our marriage." London closed her eyes, weariness settling into her bones. "Yes." "Were you ever going to tell me?" The simple question contained multitudes: hurt, betrayal, resignation. London finally looked at him, seeing the man she had respected if never truly loved. The father Tyler adored, despite their lack of biological connection. "I don't know," she admitted honestly. "I've been living divided for so long, I stopped imagining a future where the separation wasn't necessary." Paul nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something he'd already suspected. "And now? With this succession question and your werewolf politics in flux, where do humans like me fit into the equation?" The question held no self-pity, only a politician's pragmatic assessment of changing circumstances. London felt a sudden rush of respect for this man who was handling world-shattering revelations with more dignity than most supernatural beings could muster. "I don't know that either," she confessed. "Everything is changing too quickly. All I know is that 2 innocent children deserve better than the divided life I've given them." Paul looked out toward the forest, where Mark had disappeared, his expression thoughtful despite his obvious pain. "He seems very certain of his place in your life, of his claim on you, the mate bond." London hesitated, searching for words to explain a mystical connection to someone with no frame of reference for it. "It's not something we choose, Paul. It forms spontaneously between compatible wolves. It can be denied, as I've done for years, but never broken." "And your children with him, they strengthen this bond?" London nodded. "There are physical manifestations of it, especially Diana, who's showing unprecedented abilities. Mark believes it's because she carries the merged bloodlines of two ancient alpha lineages. Paul absorbed this, his analytical mind working through implications despite the emotional devastation he must be feeling. And this proposed alliance between packs, is it viable? Would it protect Tyler and Deanna from whatever dangers concern him? The question surprised London. Even now, with his world collapsing around him, Paul's thoughts turned to the children's welfare rather than his own wounded pride. Potentially, she admitted. An alliance between Cohen and Blackwood territories would be unprecedented, but it could provide a united front against threats from hunters and rival packs, especially with the Gourmain situation becoming volatile. Paul studied her face in the dim garden light. "You're considering it," he observed. Not just dismissing it out of hand, London couldn't deny it. The situation with Diana changes everything. If she's truly manifesting shift abilities this young, she needs protection that divided loyalties can't provide. The rational discussion of what amounted to the end of their marriage should have felt cold, clinical. Instead, London found herself grateful for Paul's composure, for his ability to separate emotional reaction from practical considerations. "We should go in," he finally said, gesturing toward the house where curious faces still peered from windows. "Before your family decides to join this little garden party." London nodded, falling into step beside him as they moved toward the mansion. Just before they reached the door, Paul paused, turning to her with an expression of quiet dignity that made her heart ache. "I want to meet her," he said simply. "Deanna, whatever happens between us, whatever you decide about this alliance, I'd like to know the child who has been Tyler's sister all along." Tears pricked London's eyes at the unexpected request. "I'd like that too," she whispered. They entered the mansion together, presenting a united front to the watching pack members despite the seismic changes occurring beneath the surface of their marriage. Behind them, the garden lay quiet under the rising moon, bearing silent witness to revelations that would reshape not just their lives, but the future of two ancient werewolf bloodlines. Dinner at the Cohen mansion had always been a formal affair, particularly when pack business brought extended family members to the estate. Tonight, the massive dining room hummed with barely suppressed tension as servants moved efficiently between tables, serving the 30 or so wolves gathered for what everyone recognized as a historically significant moment in pack hierarchy. London sat at the main table between Paul and Ethan, hyper-aware of the curious glances and whispered conversations happening around them. News of Mark Blackwood's appearance on Cohen territory had spread through the pack with supernatural speed, adding fresh fuel to the already rampant speculation about succession and alliances. William sat at the head of the table, Eleanor at the opposite end. The traditional positioning that emphasized their joint leadership while acknowledging the distance that had grown between them. Chad and Jennifer occupied places to William's right, Chad's expression thunderous, while Jennifer maintained the perfect composure that had become her armor. "Your visitor caused quite a stir," Ethan murmured to London, passing her a basket of rolls with casual nonchalance that fooled no one with enhanced hearing. "Bold move, coming onto Cohen land openly." "It wasn't planned," London replied just as quietly. "At least not by me." Ethan's knowing smirk irritated her. 5 years of sneaking around and suddenly he decides on the direct approach? Interesting timing. "He knows about Diana's shifting," London admitted, keeping her voice below human hearing range. "That's what prompted this intervention." Ethan's eyebrows rose slightly, the only indication of his surprise. "At 3? That's unprecedented. And dangerous," London added. "Which is why Mark is pushing for a formal alliance, protection through legitimization." "Clever," Ethan conceded. "Using your potential succession as leverage for pack recognition of your mate bond. I'm starting to like this Blackwood wolf." London shot him a warning look as William cleared his throat, drawing the room's attention. "Before we proceed with dinner," the alpha announced, his deep voice carrying effortlessly through the large space, "I want to address the rumors that have undoubtedly reached all of you by now." The room fell silent, every wolf present aware they were witnessing a pivotal moment in pack history. "Changes are coming to the Cohen pack," William continued, his gaze sweeping the assembled wolves. "Some traditions will evolve, some alliances will shift. but our core purpose remains unwavering: the protection and prosperity of our bloodline and territory. Chad's jaw tightened visibly at the mention of evolution and shifting alliances, but he remained silent, Jennifer's hand resting cautiously on his arm. As Alpha, I have opened succession consideration to include all 3 of my children, William stated formally, confirming what many had already suspected. London, Ethan, and Chad each bring unique strengths that may serve the pack in these changing times. Murmurs rippled through the dining room as wolves exchanged glances of surprise, approval, or concern, depending on their factional alignments. London felt the weight of dozens of evaluating stares, assessing her fitness for a role she had never sought. Additionally, William continued, I wish to formally introduce Sophia Gormani, who has been granted sanctuary within our territory and who carries my child, conceived under a true mate bond. At this, Sophia entered from a side door, her petite figure draped in a simple blue dress that nonetheless highlighted her delicate beauty. She moved to stand beside William, her traditional omega positioning slightly behind his right shoulder, at odds with the significance of her introduction. The child Sophia carries represents an unprecedented opportunity, William stated, his hand reaching back to draw her gently forward, more equal than traditional pack hierarchy would dictate. A bloodline that unites ancient enemies through nature's own choosing rather than political arrangement. The implication hung heavy in the air, that natural mate bonds might supersede generations of pack enmity. London felt the statement like a physical touch, knowing it applied as much to her situation with Mark as to her father's with Sophia. Eleanor rose then from her end of the table, moving with graceful purpose to join William and Sophia. The room collectively held its breath, anticipating conflict, but witnessing instead a tableau of redefined relationships, as Eleanor took Sophia's hand in what could only be interpreted as public acceptance. The strength of our pack has always come from adaptation, Eleanor said, her clear voice carrying the authority of 3 decades as alpha female. From recognizing that change is not weakness, but evolution, the coordinated presentation, clearly rehearsed, sent a powerful message to the assembled wolves. Whatever private pain Eleanor might feel at her mate's new bond, she was placing pack welfare above personal grievance, modeling the leadership behavior expected of those who would follow. London felt Paul shift beside her, his human perception missing the supernatural undertones, but his political instincts recognizing the masterful power play unfolding before them. This public endorsement of mate bonds transcending political boundaries was creating space for other such situations to be legitimized, including, potentially, her own with Mark. The timing couldn't be coincidental. Her father must have known about Mark's appearance on their territory, must have accelerated this announcement accordingly. The question was whether he did so to support her position or undermine it. William raised his glass in a formal toast. To the Cohen pack, past, present, and future. May we find strength in new alliances without forgetting the traditions that formed us. The assembled wolves rose, glasses lifting in response, though London noticed the room had subtly divided. Older pack members performing the gesture with reserved caution, while younger wolves showed genuine enthusiasm for the progressive stance. As glasses clinked and conversation resumed, London became aware of Paul studying her with newfound understanding. This was about you, he said quietly, his political acumen making connections she should have anticipated. Your father's announcement, the public acceptance of cross-pack mating. He's creating a precedent that legitimizes your situation with Blackwood. London nodded slowly. It appears so. The question, Paul continued with remarkable composure for a man discussing his wife's supernatural mate bond with another male, is whether he does so as your ally or as a strategic countermove to whatever Blackwood proposed in the garden. The astute observation reminded London why Paul had risen so quickly in political circles. Even without understanding werewolf dynamics fully, he grasped the power plays at work. I'm not sure even Father knows the answer to that, London admitted. He's adaptable above all else. If he can't prevent my connection to Mark, he'll find a way to use it to the pack's advantage. Paul sipped his wine, his expression thoughtful. And what do you want, London? Not what's expected of you as a Cohen or as my wife or as Mark's mate, What do you, London, actually want? The question struck her with unexpected force. For so long, her choices had been reactions to circumstances, accommodation rather than initiative, compromise rather than desire. What did she want, stripped of obligation and expectation? I want my children together, she said finally, the simple truth feeling revolutionary as she spoke it aloud. I want them to grow up knowing both sides of their heritage without shame or secrecy. I want them safe from threats, both supernatural and human. Paul nodded, accepting this without visible reaction, though she could only imagine the pain it caused him. And Mark? What do you want regarding him? London hesitated, aware of enhanced hearing throughout the room despite the buzz of conversation. Some truths were still too raw for public consumption. That's a discussion for private, she said instead, touching Paul's hand briefly in acknowledgement of his dignity in asking the question at all. Before he could respond, a commotion near the dining room entrance drew their attention. Mark Blackwood stood in the doorway, flanked by two Cohen security wolves who looked both apologetic and alarmed at their failure to prevent his entry. The room fell silent as Mark surveyed the assembled Cohen pack, his golden eyes finding London immediately despite the crowd. Behind him, a small figure slipped into view, a dark-haired child of around 3, her features a perfect blend of Mark's and London's, her blue-gold eyes wide with wonder and apprehension. Deanna. London rose from her chair so quickly it toppled backward, the crash echoing through the suddenly silent room. Her daughter, her secret, her joy, her deepest fear, stood in the Cohen mansion for the first time, tiny hand clutched in Mark's protective grip. I apologize for interrupting dinner, Mark addressed William directly, his deep voice carrying no hint of actual contrition. But circumstances have changed. Diana's shifting has accelerated. She needs both her parents now, as if to demonstrate the little girl's free hands suddenly transformed before the shocked assembly, delicate human fingers elongating into tiny wolf claws that gleamed in the dining room's chandelier light. Diana looked down at her own hand with confused fascination rather than fear. "Look, Mommy," she called across the silent room, her childish voice piercing London's heart. "I'm like Daddy now. Can I be like you too?" The Cohen Pack Library had become the default location for family crises, its soundproofed walls and lack of windows making it ideal for conversations that required privacy from both human and supernatural eavesdroppers. After Mark's dramatic dinner entrance, William had immediately directed the key players there, dismissing the rest of the pack with a command that brooked no argument. Now London paced the perimeter of the massive room, her wolf too close to the surface for stillness. Diana sat on Mark's lap in one of the leather armchairs, her small face serious as she observed the adults around her. The partial shift had receded, leaving her looking like any ordinary 3-year-old, though the intelligence in her blue-gold eyes belied that impression. Paul stood near the fireplace, physically distancing himself from the supernatural dynamics at play, but refusing to be excluded from decisions that would affect Tyler. William and Eleanor had positioned themselves behind the massive desk, while Chad and Jennifer occupied a sofa nearby. Chad's expression vacillating between smug satisfaction at London's exposed secret and genuine concern about the unprecedented early shifting. Ethan leaned against a bookshelf, his casual posture at odds with the sharp attention in his eyes as he observed the family drama unfolding. The shifting began 3 days ago, Mark was explaining, his arm protective around Diana. First during sleep claws, then partial facial features, tonight was the first conscious manifestation. Has she exhibited any loss of control, any pain during the transformations? William asked, his concern genuine, despite the political complications Diana's existence created. Mark shook his head. No pain, which is itself unusual. Typically, early shifts are painful until the body fully adapts around puberty. And her control seems instinctive rather than learned. The merged bloodlines, Eleanor said thoughtfully. Cohen and Blackwood, both ancient alpha lineages with unique genetic expressions of the wolf nature. That's my working theory, Mark agreed. Diana represents something unprecedented, a natural bridge between packs that have been separated more by choice than biological necessity. The implications hung in the air. The child's very existence challenging generations of territorial division and rivalry. She needs to be studied, Chad spoke up, his tone clinical, observed by pack physicians to understand the implications of this accelerated development. She needs her mother, Mark countered firmly. Her family united, not divided by artificial pack boundaries. She needs consistent guidance from both bloodlines to manage abilities that are manifesting years ahead of normal development. London finally stopped pacing, moving to kneel beside the chair where her daughter sat watching the adults with solemn attention. "How do you feel when it happens, sweetheart?" she asked gently. "When your hands change." Diana considered the question with surprising thoughtfulness for a 3-year-old. "Tickly," she decided, "and warm, like when you hug me and Daddy at the same time." The simple answer cut through the political tension, reminding everyone present that at the center of these complicated pack dynamics was a child. Intelligent and special, but still a child, who deserved protection and stability. "The solution seems obvious," Ethan spoke up from his position by the bookshelf. "Diana needs both parents. Tyler deserves to know his sister and his true heritage. The packs require alliance against common threats. Formalize the mate bond between London and Mark. Establish diplomatic ties between Cohen and Blackwood territories." Chad scoffed. "Always the oversimplifier, brother. You ignore generations of territorial disputes, the complications of London's human marriage, the question of where such a blended family would reside." "I ignore nothing," Ethan countered calmly. "I simply recognize that our traditional approaches have created the very problems we now face. Diana's existence and abilities are nature's way of forcing us to evolve beyond artificial divisions." William studied his youngest son with new appreciation. "You've given this considerable thought." "I've spent years observing how other packs handle interterritorial mating bonds." Ethan shrugged. "The progressive packs establish diplomatic protocols, mutual defense agreements, shared custody arrangements if necessary. Only traditionalists cling to the notion that territory boundaries must align with bloodline purity." The implied criticism of Chad's position was subtle but unmistakable. "And what of Senator Westfield?" Chad asked, gesturing toward Paul, who had remained silent throughout the supernatural discussion. "Does your neat solution account for London's human husband and his political career?" All eyes turned to Paul, who straightened under the collective scrutiny, his politician's poise reasserting itself despite the extraordinary circumstances. "My concerns are pragmatic," he said with surprising steadiness. "Tyler's welfare and safety come first. If his sister is experiencing these transformations at such a young age, and if that represents potential danger to both children, then my personal feelings must be secondary." London stared at her husband, moved by his composed dignity in a situation that would have broken many humans. Paul met her gaze directly, years of unspoken truths passing between them. "The political implications of our situation can be managed," he continued. "A respectful separation citing irreconcilable differences, an amicable co-parenting arrangement. My career has weathered worse storms." Mark studied Paul with newfound respect. "You're a better man than many wolves would be in your position, Senator." Paul's smile held no humor. "Small comfort at the moment, but I appreciate the sentiment." Diana, growing restless with the adult conversation, squirmed in Mark's lap. "Can I go play with Tyler now? Daddy said I have a big brother." The innocent question silenced the room. Tyler had been kept away from the confrontation, currently playing video games with one of the younger pack members serving as babysitter. He had no idea his sister even existed, much less that she was now in the same house. "Soon, sweetheart," London promised, smoothing her daughter's dark hair, so like Mark's in color but with her own natural wave. "There's a lot for the grown-ups to figure out first." Diana nodded with the peculiar solemnity that had always characterized her, even as a baby. "Is Tyler a wolf too? Can he make his hands change like mine?" "Not yet," Mark answered, shifting her more comfortably in his lap. "He's older than you, but his wolf is still sleeping. Yours woke up early because you're special." The simple explanation seemed to satisfy the child, who settled back against her father's chest with complete trust. Watching them together, the protective curve of Mark's body around their daughter, Diana's instinctive comfort in his presence, London felt an ache of recognition. This was how it should have been all along. This natural comfort, this bond unbroken by territorial disputes and pack politics. I believe we've established the necessity of keeping Diana and London together during this critical developmental period, William said, his tone shifting from concerned grandfather to diplomatic alpha. The question remains of where and how such an arrangement would function. Diana and I have rooms prepared at the Blackwood estate, Mark said, then raised a hand as Chad began to protest. However, I recognize the diplomatic complications of removing London and both children to Blackwood territory while succession remains undetermined. An accurate assessment, Willem acknowledged dryly. There is neutral territory available, Eleanor suggested, surprising everyone with her practical intervention. The ridge property at the convergence of our territories has been unoccupied since the Hunters' Accord 50 years ago. It could serve as a temporary residence for London Mark and both children while formal alliance terms are negotiated. The suggestion was elegant in its simplicity. The ridge had historically been considered diplomatic ground, belonging to neither pack but respected by both. Its strategic location at the intersection of Cohen, Blackwood, and unclaimed forest made it an ideal buffer zone for a controversial alliance. The buildings would need renovation, William mused, considering the practical aspect. Security upgrades, modernization, already in progress, Mark admitted, drawing surprised looks. I purchased the adjacent human property 6 months ago and have been establishing appropriate defenses. I had hoped, he glanced at London, I had planned for eventual reunification of our family, though admittedly not under these accelerated circumstances. The revelation that Mark had been preparing so methodically, so hopefully, for their eventual union struck London deeply. While she had been maintaining her divided existence, he had been creating a foundation for their future together. This still doesn't address the succession question, Chad pointed out, his expression calculating. If London relocates to neutral territory with her Blackwood mate and half-breed children, her claim to Cohen leadership becomes tenuous at best. Half-breed? Mark growled, his eyes flashing dangerously at the derogatory term. Deanna sensed the change in his mood, looking up at her father with concern. A poor choice of words, William said sharply, shooting Chad a warning look. But the underlying question remains valid. London's consideration for succession would be complicated by residence in neutral territory with a Blackwood mate. Unless, Ethan interjected thoughtfully, such an arrangement was framed not as abandonment of Cohen interests, but as diplomatic extension of them. An alpha's mate living in buffer territory to facilitate inter-pack alliance represents strength, not weakness. London had remained silent through much of this discussion, acutely aware that her life and future were being negotiated around her by the males of both packs. Now she straightened, her own alpha heritage asserting itself. I believe I should have some say in my own fate, she said, her voice quiet but carrying unmistakable authority. And in the welfare of my children. The room fell silent, every eye turning to her. Even Diana seemed to sense the shift in energy, sitting straighter in Mark's lap. The ridge solution has merit, London continued. Neutral territory where both Tyler and Diana can safely explore their heritage without pack politics interfering. Where Mark and I can... She hesitated, glancing at Paul with genuine regret. Where we can determine what our bond means after years of denial and separation. Paul nodded once, accepting the inevitable with remarkable grace. As for succession, London added, her gaze meeting her father's directly, I have never sought alpha status. My inclusion in consideration was your choice, not my ambition. If my residence at the Ridge disqualifies me, so be it. My priority is my children's safety and unity, not pack leadership. William studied his daughter with newfound respect. Well stated. And somewhat surprising given your mother's alpha lineage. Perhaps true leadership shows itself in recognizing when to step back as much as when to step forward, Eleanor observed from beside him, her pointed glance making it clear she included William in this assessment. A small commotion at the library door interrupted the tense discussion. The door swung open to admit Tyler, who had apparently escaped his babysitter. He stopped abruptly, taking in the assembled adults with the wariness of a child who knows he's stumbled into complicated grown-up business. I heard we had visitors, he said, his gaze moving curiously around the room until it landed on Diana. The two children stared at each other with identical expressions of fascination, some instinctive recognition passing between them despite never having formally met. "Tyler," London said, moving toward her son with her hand outstretched. "There's someone very special I'd like you to meet." Diana squirmed until Mark set her down, then approached Tyler with the direct confidence that had always characterized her despite her young age. She stopped directly in front of the 5-year-old boy, who was her brother, studying him with solemn intensity. "You have eyes like mine," she announced, pointing to the distinctive amber gold that both children had inherited from Mark. "Daddy said you would." Tyler looked from Diana to Mark, confusion and curiosity warring in his expression. "Who are you?" Diana straightened to her full height, still nearly a head shorter than Tyler, and made the formal introduction she'd clearly been rehearsing. "I'm Diana Blackwood Cohen. I'm your sister." The simple declaration hung in the air, momentous in its truth yet delivered with childish directness that cut through the adult complexities surrounding it. Tyler turned to London, seeking confirmation or explanation. "I have a sister? Why didn't you tell me?" The hurt in his question pierced London's heart. Before she could form a response, Mark stepped forward, kneeling to the children's level. "Sometimes grown-ups make mistakes, Tyler," he said, his deep voice gentle. "We thought we were protecting you both by keeping you apart, but we were wrong. Diana has been waiting a long time to meet her big brother." Tyler studied Mark with the intuitive assessment children often bring to unfamiliar adults. "Are you my real dad? The one Mom wouldn't talk about?" The directness of the question stunned the adults in the room. Paul made a small sound, not quite pain, not quite resignation, but remained where he stood, allowing the moment to unfold. Mark nodded slowly. "I am. But Paul has been your father too, in all the ways that matter day to day. You're lucky enough to have two fathers who care about you." Tyler processed this with surprising maturity. "Is that why I can sometimes smell things other kids can't, and hear things they don't hear?" "Yes," Mark confirmed. "You and Diana both inherited special abilities from our bloodlines. Diana's are showing earlier than usual, which is why it's important for us all to be together now." As if on cue, Diana's small hand transformed again, tiny claws extending where human fingernails had been moments before. Rather than being frightened, Tyler's eyes widened with fascination. "Cool," he breathed, reaching out to touch the transformed hand with cautious curiosity. "Will I be able to do that too?" "Eventually," London said, moving to join Mark beside the children. "When you're older. Diana is showing signs earlier than normal, which is why we need to help her learn to control it." Tyler nodded, accepting this explanation with the adaptability of childhood. "So we're going to live together now? All of us?" The simple question encapsulated the complex negotiations the adults had been engaged in. London exchanged glances with Mark, then with Paul, who gave an almost imperceptible nod of acceptance. "We're figuring that out," London told her son honestly. "But yes, you and Diana will be together from now on. We're looking at a special house where both of you can learn about your abilities safely. With both your parents," Mark added, his gaze meeting London's over the children's heads. The promise in his golden eyes of family, of unity, of the mate bond finally acknowledged, sent warmth spreading through her despite the complications still to be navigated. As the children began to chatter, Diana showing Tyler how she could make her claws appear and disappear seemingly at will, the adults in the room recognized a fundamental shift had occurred. The theoretical discussions of alliance and territory had been rendered almost irrelevant by the simple reality of these two children, siblings from divided worlds, forming an immediate bond that transcended pack politics. William cleared his throat, drawing attention back to the practical matters at hand. "I believe we have the outline of a workable arrangement. London and the children will relocate to the Ridge property, with Mark establishing residence there as well. Formal alliance negotiations between Cohen and Blackwood packs will commence immediately." Chad opened his mouth as if to object, then closed it again when Jennifer placed a restraining hand on his arm, her expression leaving little doubt about the private conversation that would follow. "Senator Westfield will be afforded all reasonable access to Tyler," William continued, acknowledging Paul with surprising respect, and appropriate human cover stories will be developed to explain the changed living arrangements. Paul nodded his appreciation of this consideration, though the strain around his eyes betrayed the emotional toll of the situation. As for succession, William concluded, his gaze moving between his 3 children, that matter remains open for consideration, though with acknowledgement of changed circumstances. With that diplomatic assessment, the formal discussion concluded, though London knew the real negotiations, personal, political, and pack, had only just begun. Chad stalked through the east wing of the Cohen mansion, fury radiating from him in waves that sent younger pack members scurrying from his path. The events of the evening had undermined his position in ways he was still calculating. London's secret daughter with Mark Blackwood, William's tacit approval of their reunion, the proposed alliance with the Blackwood pack that would dilute Cohen autonomy. Each development represented another threat to the succession Chad had spent his life preparing for, another obstacle to the pure bloodline leadership he believed essential to pack strength. His father was being manipulated by a combination of his new mate bond with Sophia and the progressive faction's influence through Ethan, and now, apparently, London. He needed allies, leverage, something to reassert control over a situation rapidly spinning beyond his grasp. Chad rounded the corner toward the private suite he shared with Jennifer, intent on formulating strategy in solitude. But as he approached, a sound stopped him. Jennifer's voice, pitched low but carrying the unmistakable tremor of suppressed tears. "I can't continue like this, Ethan," she was saying, "not with everything changing so rapidly. He's becoming more unstable, more dangerous." Chad froze, his enhanced hearing focusing on the conversation happening behind the partially closed door of their bedroom. Jennifer was on the phone with his brother, of all people. "I know you've offered before," Jennifer continued, her voice dropping further, "but the timing never seemed right. Now, with succession in question and this alliance potentially shifting pack dynamics, maybe there's space for me to negotiate a different arrangement." A cold fury settled in Chad's chest as he listened to his mate. His property by traditional pack law, conspiring with his brother. The brother who had always been too familiar with Jennifer, too concerned with her welfare, too quick to intervene when Chad's discipline crossed certain lines. "The bruises from last week have finally healed," Jennifer was saying, her voice catching slightly. "But it's the psychological control that's becoming unbearable, using my supposed infertility against me when he's known all along the problem was his sterility from the silver wound." Chad's hands curled into claws, partial transformation triggered by rage at hearing his deepest shame discussed so openly. The silver wound that had rendered him incapable of producing heirs, his greatest vulnerability in the succession question, the secret he had guarded most carefully, laid bare in Jennifer's conversation with Ethan. "I've documented everything," she continued, more strength entering her voice. "The medical reports he hid, the incidents of physical intimidation, the plan to use magical intervention to impregnate me without consent using donor genetic material. Each revelation felt like a physical blow." Chad had underestimated Jennifer badly, mistaking her submission for weakness rather than strategic patience. While he'd been focused on pack politics and succession maneuvering, she had been building a case against him, gathering evidence that could destroy his standing if presented to pack authorities. "I know it won't be easy," Jennifer said in response to whatever Ethan had asked. "Traditional pack law still favors dominant males in mating disputes, but with your mother's support and the changing attitudes William is encouraging, there might be a path to dissolution that doesn't require me to return to my father's pack in disgrace." Dissolution, the formal term for breaking a mating bond through pack legal channels rather than death. Rare, socially shocking, and typically ruinous to the reputation of the rejected mate, especially a male in line for alpha status. "Yes," Jennifer whispered, her voice warming slightly. "I've thought about that too, for longer than I should admit. But we can't. Not until things are settled legally. There's too much at stake." The implication struck Chad with devastating clarity. Jennifer and Ethan, his mate and his brother. The hesitation in Jennifer's voice, the warmth underlying her caution, These weren't the tones of packmates discussing legal strategies, but of wolves acknowledging deeper feelings carefully suppressed. How long had this emotional betrayal been developing beneath the surface of pack interactions? How many times had Ethan's concerned inquiries about Jennifer's welfare masked something more personal? How thoroughly had Chad been deceived while believing himself the dominant force in their relationship? Tomorrow, then, Jennifer was saying, her voice steadier now, resolved. After the family breakfast. We'll speak with your mother first, then approach William formally. Chad backed away from the door, his mind racing through implications and potential countermoves. Jennifer planned to petition for dissolution of their mating bond, publicly, formally, with evidence of his sterility and abusive behavior to support her case. With Eleanor's backing, such a petition might succeed despite traditional prejudices against dissolved matings. The timing was devastating. With succession already in question, with London's Blackwood alliance gaining support, with Ethan's progressive influence growing, Chad could not withstand a mating dissolution scandal. Not now, not with everything else balanced so precariously. He retreated to his private office, locking the door behind him. Options raced through his mind, each less palatable than the last. He could confront Jennifer directly, but her documented evidence created complications. He could appeal to pack traditionalists to block the dissolution, but doing so would require admitting the underlying grievances, including his sterility. Or he could take more decisive action. Chad moved to his desk, unlocking the hidden compartment where he kept his most sensitive communications. Among them were records of his own clandestine alliance, one his father would consider far more treacherous than London's Blackwood connection or Jennifer's emotional entanglement with Ethan. For nearly a year, Chad had been in contact with Victor Gormany, not as enemy, but as potential ally against the progressive changes threatening both their traditional territories. Victor's hatred of William Cohen was personal as well as political. The kidnapping of his Omega, Sophia, representing a territorial violation that demanded response. Chad had been feeding Victor selected information, building toward a coordinated action that would restore traditional pack hierarchies on both territories. Now, with his position deteriorating rapidly on multiple fronts, the timeline for that action needed acceleration. He retrieved his secure phone, untraceable, unknown to Cohen Pack security, and composed a message to his Gormain contact. Situation deteriorating. Cohen Blackwood alliance imminent. Sophia publicly acknowledged with Cub. Timetable must advance. Confirm phase 1 for tomorrow night. The response came almost immediately, suggesting his contact had been awaiting just such a signal. Confirmed. Units in position. The Ridge property under surveillance. Targets identified. Traditional order will be restored. Chad sat back, a grim satisfaction replacing his earlier fury. Let London play house with her Blackwood mate at the Ridge. Let Jennifer plot dissolution with Ethan's support. Let his father believe his progressive alliances represented the future of the pack. By this time tomorrow, everything would change. The Cohen pack would learn what happened when traditional boundaries were breached, when ancient bloodlines were threatened with dilution, when proper hierarchy was undermined by progressive sentimentality. Jennifer's voice drifted from the bedroom, still on the phone with Ethan, making plans for a freedom she would never claim. For the first time in years, I feel hope, she was saying, the vulnerability in her voice a stark contrast to the calculated planning Chad had witnessed earlier. Like maybe there's a future where I'm not just someone's political bargaining chip or breeding vessel. Chad's lips curved in a cold smile. Hope was a dangerous indulgence in times of war. And war was coming, not just to the Cohens and Blackwoods, but to every wolf who had forgotten the ancient ways that had protected their kind for generations. Let them build their fragile alliances, their progressive visions of intermingled territories and bloodlines. The traditional order would reassert itself, as it always did when weakness created vulnerability. Nature herself demanded it. Tomorrow, Victor Gorman's forces would make their move, and Chad would be ready to pick up the pieces, to restore order from the chaos that would follow, to claim the alpha status that was his birthright, regardless of silver wounds or sterility or mate bond complications. Let them all underestimate him one final time. Chapter 6, The Truth Howls. The morning after Mark's dramatic arrival with Diana brought no reprieve from tension at the Cohen estate. London had spent a restless night in her childhood bedroom. Diana curled against her side while she stared at the ceiling, her mind racing with implications and decisions that could no longer be postponed. Breakfast had been scheduled in the estate's sunroom, a political choice by Eleanor, who understood that the bright, airy space with its wall-to-wall windows overlooking the gardens would minimize the chances of supernatural displays getting out of hand. Hard to shift in anger when bathed in calming morning sunlight and surrounded by Eleanor's prized orchid collection. London entered with Deanna's small hand clasped in hers, the little girl freshly bathed and dressed in clothes Eleanor had somehow procured overnight. Deanna's dark hair had been brushed into a neat ponytail that emphasized her delicate features, the perfect blend of London's fine bone structure and Mark's striking coloring. The family was already assembled around the massive glass table. William sat at the head, apparently engrossed in a tablet displaying market reports, but clearly monitoring the room with peripheral awareness. Eleanor occupied the opposite end, serene in a pale blue dress that emphasized her continued elegance, even as silver threaded through her blonde hair. Chad and Jennifer sat to William's right, a careful foot of space between them, despite being a mated pair. Jennifer looked exhausted, dark circles beneath her eyes suggesting a night as sleepless as London's had been. Chad seemed unnaturally calm, his usual intensity replaced by a studied nonchalance that London's wolf instincts immediately registered as suspect. Ethan lounged in a chair to Eleanor's right, a mug of coffee cradled in his hands as he chatted with Sophia, who had been given the significant position at Eleanor's left. A clear message about her status despite her Omega designation. The young woman looked better than she had at dinner, some color returning to her pale cheeks, her hand occasionally resting on the still flat stomach that housed the Cohen pack's newest member. Tyler sat beside an empty chair clearly meant for London, already demolishing a stack of pancakes with childish enthusiasm. Paul occupied the chair on Tyler's other side, his politician's mask firmly in place, though his eyes betrayed the strain of the past 24 hours. And Mark? London's pulse quickened at the sight of him standing by the windows rather than seated at the table, as if maintaining a strategic position. He'd changed clothes since the previous night, now wearing dark jeans and a charcoal Henley that emphasized his powerful build without being aggressively intimidating. A deliberate choice, London realized, to appear civilized while maintaining the unmistakable presence of an alpha wolf. His golden eyes met hers across the room, something primal and possessive flashing in their depths as he took in the sight of her with Diana. London felt her wolf respond instinctively to that look: recognition, claim, completion. "Mommy, why is everyone so quiet?" Diana stage whispered, her childish voice carrying in the tense silence that had fallen at their entrance. "Because they're thinking about important things, sweetheart," London answered, guiding her daughter toward the table. "Let's get you some breakfast." Diana nodded solemnly, allowing herself to be settled into a booster seat between London and Tyler. The siblings exchanged shy smiles, their connection already forming despite the brevity of their acquaintance. "I want pancakes like Tyler," Diana announced, pointing to her brother's syrup-drenched plate. "Of course," Eleanor said smoothly, signaling a waiting staff member who immediately brought a child-sized portion of pancakes cut into manageable pieces. The mundane activity of serving breakfast provided a veneer of normalcy that everyone present recognized as paper-thin. Beneath the polite passing of cream and sugar, the clinking of silverware against fine china, the murmured appreciation of the chef's efforts, lay currents of supernatural tension that threatened to rupture at any moment. William cleared his throat, setting his tablet aside. "I've arranged for an assessment of the Ridge property this morning. The main house will need significant renovation, but the security perimeter Mark established on the adjacent property provides a solid foundation." The casual acknowledgement of Mark's prior planning, his years of preparation for a family reunification that London had never fully allowed herself to envision, hung in the air between them. "The caretaker's cottage is immediately habitable," Mark added, his deep voice drawing all eyes to him. "It can serve as temporary quarters while the main house is updated." London felt a flutter of nervousness at the matter-of-fact discussion of their living arrangements. as if her residence with Mark and both children was already decided, a foregone conclusion rather than a seismic shift in her carefully compartmentalized existence. "This seems rather precipitous," Paul spoke up, his voice steady despite the strain evident in his posture. "Diana's condition obviously requires attention, but surely there are interim arrangements that would be less disruptive to established family structures." Though politely phrased, the objection carried unmistakable hurt. This was the father who had raised Tyler for 5 years, suddenly facing the prospect of his son moving to a separate residence with his biological father. "Diana's accelerated shifting isn't something that can be addressed through interim arrangements," Mark replied, pushing away from the window to approach the table. "She needs consistent presence of both bloodline parents to properly channel and control abilities manifesting years ahead of normal development." "And Tyler?" Paul countered, his hand resting protectively near his son's shoulder. "What does he need in all this?" "The truth," Mark said simply, stopping at London's chair, his presence warm and solid behind her. "Which has been denied him too long already." London tensed, sensing the confrontation building, unable to intervene without taking sides in a situation where every choice hurt someone she cared about. "The truth," Paul repeated, his political instincts clearly registering the challenge in Mark's tone. An interesting concept coming from the man who allowed his son to be raised believing another male was his father. "I made that concession at London's request," Mark replied, his voice hardening slightly, "out of respect for her choices, however much I disagreed with them. But circumstances have changed. Diana's condition forces our hand." "You've made that point repeatedly," Paul noted, his composed exterior beginning to crack under the strain. "Yet I can't help wondering at the convenient timing. London's potential inclusion in succession, this unprecedented alliance between rival packs. Diana's condition provides an expedient justification for claims you've apparently been planning to make for years." The accusation hung in the air. That Mark was using Diana's shifting as a pretext for claims on London, on Tyler, on pack alliances that served his interests. London felt Mark stiffen behind her, his control threatened by the implied questioning of his motives regarding his own children. Before he could respond, Diana's voice piped up from beside her. "What's a shushan?" she asked, struggling with the unfamiliar word she'd clearly been hearing repeatedly in adult conversations. "Succession," London corrected gently, grateful for the momentary diversion. "It's about who will lead the pack after Grandpa William someday." Diana considered this with her characteristic solemnity. "Will it be you, Mommy? Or Uncle Chad? Or Uncle Ethan?" Her intelligence continually surprised those who underestimated her based on age. "That's what everyone is trying to figure out, sweetheart," London explained, aware of the charged silence around the table as her daughter inadvertently addressed the central tension underlying family politics. "It should be you and Daddy together," Diana declared with childish certainty. "That's what Daddy always says, that the packs need to be together. Because I'm special." Mark's hand settled on London's shoulder, a gesture of support but also unmistakable claim. London was acutely conscious of Paul watching this interaction, of Tyler absorbing the dynamics with a child's intuitive understanding of adult tensions. "Diana," Mark said, his voice gentler than it had been addressing Paul, "remember what we talked about? About grown-up conversations?" Diana nodded, her expression serious, that sometimes I should eat my pancakes and let the grown-ups talk. A smile touched the corners of Mark's mouth. "Exactly." He turned his attention back to the adults at the table, his expression hardening once more. "But our daughter's innocent observation raises an essential point. The traditional separation between our packs is artificial, maintained through politics rather than biological necessity. Diana and Tyler represent the natural bridge between Cohen and Blackwood bloodlines. A bridge you constructed without consultation or consideration for existing commitments?" Chad spoke up for the first time, his tone deceptively mild despite the challenge in his words. "Breeding with another alpha's daughter who was formally mated to a human ally?" London bristled at the term breeding, so clinical and demeaning when applied to the children she loved. Mark's hand tightened on her shoulder, a warning pressure suggesting she allow him to handle the provocation. "The mate bond formed naturally, without intent from either of us," Mark replied evenly. "As your father's bond with Sophia formed despite political complications. Nature has her own wisdom, superior to artificial pack divisions. Chad's smile didn't reach his eyes. How convenient that nature's wisdom aligns perfectly with Blackwood territorial ambitions. One might almost suspect calculation rather than coincidence. Enough, William interrupted, his alpha authority underlining the simple command. This breakfast was intended to discuss practical arrangements for Diana's welfare, not to relitigate pack history or question mate bonds that are clearly established facts. London felt a rush of gratitude toward her father for redirecting the increasingly hostile conversation. But Mark wasn't finished. He moved from behind her chair to stand at the head of the table, directly challenging William's position both physically and metaphorically. Established facts, Mark repeated, his voice carrying the deep resonance of an alpha wolf. Yes, let's discuss those. The fact that London and I share a true mate bond, documented and registered with the Interpack Council 5 years ago, despite both our families' opposition. The fact that we have 2 children who carry merged bloodlines of unprecedented strength, as evidenced by Diana's accelerated development. The fact that I have respected London's choice to maintain her human marriage and separate residence despite my instincts and rights as mate and father. The formal declaration, particularly the revelation about registration with the Interpack Council, a governing body that mediated territorial disputes, sent a ripple of surprise through the room. London herself hadn't known Mark had taken that step, creating an official record of their bond that superseded pack-specific claims. You exceeded your authority, William said, rising to meet Mark's challenge. Registration requires alpha approval from both packs. Not when the claim involves blood inheritance rights of children, Mark countered. The council amended those protocols 30 years ago specifically to protect cubs whose bloodlines cross territorial boundaries from being denied access to their heritage. The legal maneuvering was clearly unexpected. London glanced at Ethan, whose expression suggested respect for Mark's strategic foresight, then at Chad, whose calculating eyes betrayed consideration of implications beyond the immediate confrontation. "Daddy?" Tyler's voice broke the tense standoff. "Which daddy are you talking about?" The innocent question silenced the room. Tyler looked between Paul, who had been daddy his entire life, and Mark, this powerful stranger who shared his unusual golden eyes and apparently had some claim on him as well. Mark turned to the boy, his expression softening as he knelt to Tyler's eye level. "That's a fair question. Your mother and I made choices before you were born. Choices we thought would protect you, but that also created confusion. The truth is, I'm your biological father. Paul has been your dad in all the ways that matter day to day. You're lucky enough to have both of us caring about you." The simple explanation, delivered with respect for both the child's intelligence and Paul's role, demonstrated a maturity London hadn't expected. She found herself watching Mark with new appreciation, seeing not just the powerful alpha wolf asserting claim, but the father genuinely concerned for his children's emotional well-being. "So I have 2 dads?" Tyler asked, processing this information with remarkable composure for a 5-year-old. "Yes," London confirmed, reaching for her son's hand, "and that's a special thing, not something to be confused about." Tyler nodded slowly, then looked at Diana. "And Diana is my real sister, not just pretend?" "Your real sister," London affirmed. "You share the same mother and father, me and Mark." "But not Paul," Tyler clarified, his young mind working through the complex family structure with surprising clarity. "Not Paul," London agreed gently. Tyler turned to Paul then, his expression troubled. "Are you mad that you're not my real dad?" The question, in its innocent directness, cut through the political tensions and supernatural power plays to the human heart of the matter. Paul's carefully maintained composure cracked, genuine emotion showing through as he placed his hand on Tyler's shoulder. "I will always be your dad, Tyler," he said firmly. "Biology doesn't change the 5 years we spent together or how much I love you. Nothing could ever change that." The simple declaration, spoken with absolute conviction, brought unexpected tears to London's eyes. Whatever his faults, whatever the complications of their arranged marriage, Paul's love for Tyler had always been genuine and unwavering. Mark acknowledged this with a slight nod toward Paul, a gesture of respect between males who might be rivals in many ways, but shared concern for the child between them. "This is all very touching," Chad observed, his tone making the words an insult rather than acknowledgement. But it doesn't address the larger implications. London has concealed a second child for 3 years. A child whose existence affects pack succession, territorial claims, and alliance possibilities. The deception goes beyond personal choice to pack security. The accusation hung in the air, drawing attention back to the political aspects of what had momentarily become a family matter. London bristled at the calculated attack, particularly with both children present to hear their mother described as deceptive. My choices were made to protect my children from exactly this kind of political maneuvering, she said, meeting her brother's gaze directly. Their welfare comes before pack politics, territorial claims, or succession considerations. Noble sentiments, Chad replied with a sneer, but conveniently self-serving. Your secret daughter with a rival alpha's son positions you uniquely in the current power dynamics. One might almost suspect calculation rather than maternal concern. Before London could respond, Mark straightened to his full height, no longer making any pretense of diplomatic restraint. Careful, Cohen, he warned, his voice dropping to the dangerous register that preceded a wolf's challenge. You impugn not just London's motives, but my mate's honor and my children's legitimacy. Tread carefully, unless you're prepared to back accusations with more than jealous speculation. Chad's eyes flashed golden in response to the threat, his own wolf rising to the surface. Your mate? You claim what was given to another through formal pack alliance? You breed with a female promised elsewhere and call it honor? You speak of legitimacy for cubs conceived in defiance of pack law? Chad, William warned, his alpha authority vibrating in the single syllable. This is neither the time nor place. But Chad had pushed too far. Mark moved with supernatural speed, crossing the space between them before the humans present could even register the movement. He loomed over Chad, power radiating from him in waves that made the fine crystal on the table vibrate subtly. London Cohen has been my true mate since the moment our paths crossed, regardless of political arrangements made without her consent. Our children are legitimate by the oldest law wolves recognize, the law of blood and bond that supersedes artificial pack divisions. And you, Mark's voice dropped to a growl that raised primitive fear in every person present, you question this only because your own position weakens with each revelation of how the world is changing around you. The confrontation had escalated beyond diplomacy, beyond human norms, into the primal territory of wolves establishing dominance. London moved instinctively, placing herself between the children and the brewing conflict, nodding to Paul to move Tyler further from the table, even as she gathered Diana into her arms. Stop this, she commanded, her own alpha bloodline lending authority to the words. Not in front of the children, not like this. But events had built momentum beyond her control. Chad rose to face Mark's challenge, his partial shift beginning, canines lengthening, eyes glowing with supernatural light, muscles bulking beneath his expensive dress shirt. You have no authority here, Blackwood, he snarled, his voice distorted by the transformation. This is Cohen territory, Cohen business. Your presence is tolerated only by my father's misguided courtesy. My authority comes from blood rights to my mate and children, Mark countered, his own partial shift matching Chad's, the two powerful males locked in a dominance display that threatened to escalate to violence at any moment. Rights recognized by pack law older than either of our lineages, the supernatural standoff froze everyone in place. The humans present wide-eyed at the physical manifestation of werewolf nature they'd previously only heard described. The wolves tense with awareness of what could happen if two dominant males fully engaged in challenge. Enough. William's roar contained enough alpha power to momentarily stagger both younger wolves. He rose to his full height, his own partial transformation occurring with the practiced control of decades of leadership. This is my territory, my house, my family. You will both stand down immediately. The command hit Mark and Chad with physical force, though Mark, an alpha in his own right, if not of the Cohen pack, recovered more quickly, straightening to face William with respectful acknowledgement rather than submission. My apologies to the alpha, Mark said formally, his features shifting back to fully human though the golden glow remained in his eyes. But Not for speaking truth about my mate and children? Chad's transformation receded more slowly, his expression sullen as he regained human appearance. The display had confirmed what London had long suspected. Chad's control was fragmenting under the pressure of succession uncertainty and perceived threats to his position. "Diana's crying," Tyler observed with childish directness, drawing attention to the little girl hiding her face against London's shoulder, small body trembling. London felt a surge of fury at the males who had frightened her daughter with their dominance displays. "This is exactly why I've kept her away from pack politics," she snapped, stroking Diana's dark hair soothingly. "She's 3 years old, experiencing shifting years ahead of schedule, and you're all treating her existence like a political chess piece, rather than a child who needs protection and guidance." Her reprimand struck home, visible in the flicker of shame that crossed William's face and the softening of Mark's stance. Even Chad had the grace to look momentarily discomfited, though his expression quickly reverted to calculation. Paul moved to London's side, his steadiness remarkable given the supernatural display he'd just witnessed. "Perhaps the children should be taken elsewhere while the adults continue this discussion," he suggested, his politician's instinct for de-escalation asserting itself. "A sensible suggestion," Eleanor agreed, rising with graceful authority that required no supernatural enhancement. "Jennifer, would you take the children to the playroom? Maria can bring them a proper breakfast there." Jennifer nodded, clearly relieved to have reason to exit the increasingly volatile situation. She approached London, holding out her arms for Diana. "Come, sweetheart. I think I know where Grandma keeps the special cookies that aren't for breakfast but might be needed today." The bribe worked as intended. Diana lifted her tear-stained face from London's shoulder, her natural resilience reasserting itself at the promise of forbidden treats. "With chocolate chips?" she asked hopefully. "The biggest chocolate chips," Jennifer confirmed, successfully transferring the child to her own arms. "Tyler, would you like to come too? I think there might be some video games in the playroom that your uncles don't know about." Tyler hesitated, looking between his mother and Paul as if seeking permission or reassurance. "Go ahead, champ," Paul encouraged, ruffling his hair gently. "The grown-ups need to talk about boring stuff." "It didn't look boring," Tyler observed with uncomfortable perception. "It looked scary." "Sometimes grown-ups forget their manners," London told him, giving both Mark and Chad pointed looks. "But they're going to remember them now. Go with Jennifer and take care of your sister, okay? That's what big brothers do." The appeal to his protective instincts worked. Tyler nodded solemnly and moved to Jennifer's side, reaching up to take Diana's hand where it dangled from Jennifer's hold. "Come on, Diana. I'll show you the secret games." As Jennifer led the children from the sunroom, London caught a meaningful glance exchanged between her and Ethan, something weighted with unspoken communication that Chad seemed to miss entirely. Later that evening, London stood on the porch of the caretaker's cottage at the ridge, watching the sunset paint the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. The events of the day had been exhausting but productive. William had ultimately acknowledged the necessity of the arrangement, formally recognizing Mark and London's mate bond in a private ceremony that afternoon. Paul had returned to Washington, promising to visit Tyler regularly while processing the revelations that had upended his understanding of reality. The children were inside, Tyler showing Diana how to build a fort with blankets and cushions in what would be their shared playroom until renovations on the main house were completed. Their laughter drifted through the open windows, a healing sound after the tensions of the morning. "Penny for your thoughts," Mark's deep voice came from behind her as he stepped onto the porch, 2 steaming mugs in his hands. London accepted the offered tea with a grateful smile. "Just thinking about how quickly everything has changed. Yesterday I was still trying to keep these worlds separate. Today they've collided in ways that can't be undone," Mark finished for her, coming to stand beside her at the railing. "Do you regret it?" London considered the question carefully, watching the last rays of sunlight disappear behind the mountains. "I regret the hurt it's caused, the deception that became necessary because of choices I made years ago, but no, I don't regret that the truth is finally out, that our children can know each other as siblings, that I don't have to pretend anymore." Mark's golden eyes studied her face intently. "And us? Do you regret that truth finally being acknowledged?" London turned to face him fully, struck again by the powerful presence he exuded even in stillness. Her wolf stirred in response to his nearness, the mate bond between them humming with energy that had never diminished despite years of separation. "That's the one truth I could never fully suppress," she admitted softly. "No matter how hard I tried, no matter how many walls I built between our worlds, the bond between us remained, constant, undeniable." Mark's expression softened, years of frustration and patience reflected in equal measure. 5 years, London. 5 years of respecting your choice to maintain distance, to raise Tyler in a different world, to deny what existed between us. "I thought I was protecting them," she whispered, tears threatening, "making the responsible choice to give Tyler stability, to keep Diana safe from pack politics." "I know," Mark said, setting down his mug to gently cup her face in his hands. "I understood your intentions, even when I disagreed with your methods. It's why I waited. Why I prepared this place, why I documented our bond with the council while respecting your need for time." London leaned into his touch, allowing herself to acknowledge the comfort and rightness of the connection she had denied for so long. "You never gave up on us." "Never," Mark confirmed, his thumbs gently wiping away the tears that had escaped down her cheeks. "You're my mate, London, the mother of my children, my other half. There was never a choice about waiting for you, only how best to do it without forcing you into a decision you weren't ready to make." The sincerity in his voice, the patience and understanding despite years of painful separation, broke through the last of London's carefully constructed defenses. She closed the distance between them, pressing her lips to his in a kiss that conveyed everything words couldn't. Apology, gratitude, desire, commitment. Mark responded with controlled passion, his arms wrapping around her to pull her against his solid warmth. The mate bond between them flared to brilliant life, 5 years of suppressed connection flooding through the connection with an intensity that left them both breathless when they finally parted. "I'm done running," London promised, her forehead resting against his chest as she breathed in his familiar scent. Pine, wilderness, home. "Done pretending we can exist separately when every part of me recognizes you as where I belong." Mark's arms tightened around her, his cheek resting against her hair. "We'll figure out the rest together. The pack politics, the succession questions, the complicated family dynamics, all of it together." Inside the cottage, the children's laughter rose again, the sound of their siblings' bond forming despite years of separation. London smiled against Mark's chest, feeling, for the first time in years, that the pieces of her fractured life might finally be coming together. "Together," she agreed, lifting her face for another kiss as stars began to appear in the darkening sky above the ridge. Their new beginning, their true home, at last. That's the end of part 1. If you're ready for more drama, romance, and shifter magic, part 2 is waiting for you. Find the link in the comments or description below. Thanks for listening and see you in the next part.